Hey, Walter. How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you, pal?
Oh man, we're getting by the best we can with what we got. So you were feeling good yesterday, huh?
Oh, God. Well, I think I don't know. I just have to be careful. Especially where it's being shared on YouTube and everything.
Yeah,
That boom sauce I was drinking is pretty strong stuff.
yeah. It tastes like soda. I mean, that stuff, as far as I can recall, it just goes right down.
Yeah, yeah,
You
that's
think
the
you're
problem.
drinking it. Yeah, you think you're drinking a soda pop. The next thing you know, you're, you know, crawling across the kitchen floor.
Yeah, I woke up this morning. I was like, oh no. And then I looked. I was like, oh, I tried to play the drums on that thing. I saw my drums. I could tell I tried to play them drunk. I'm like, oh no, that's embarrassing.
Nah, it was beautiful, man. It
Uh,
was beautiful.
well, as long as I didn't offend anyone, that's all that matters.
Oh no, not at all. If anything, you were actually amazing. It was great. I mean, it was definitely, you could definitely tell that you were having a good time, and you had a nice buzz on. But you were, if anything, um, kind of the glue that held it all together. I mean, I thought you were. It was perfect. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
yeah.
I appreciate that.
You were. It was beautiful because, I mean, everybody could. I mean, you could tell you were feeling good, but at the same time, everything you said was nothing but positive reinforcement. You were backing everybody up and making everybody feel great. You were in every way being gracious and kind and just beautiful, man. You got nothing to worry about.
Oh, thank you. Well,
Uh,
it's a weird thing, when if you have a blackout, because I don't know why I always assume that I was inappropriate, or something like that.
yeah,
I
no,
always jump to that, but
no.
90% of the time, people tell me you were fine.
Oh no,
But
the only thing that gave you away was your smile and the off centeredness of the camera. But you were amazing. You were actually no, you were actually it was beautiful, man. No, you got nothing to worry about.
oh, thanks, man. There was no some interesting topics, and I was thinking about this because I listened to some of your previous broadcasts on the Bedside Manor, and we were talking about the shared reality or consensual reality that seems to be. And I think we were talking about that last night. Um, and it points to the kind of a one mind theory, I guess, that thoughts are coming not from inside of our heads.
Yeah, kind of
uh,
cascading.
like, yeah, from a universal source of some kind. So I was curious your thoughts on that. I know we've gone into this, but sometimes I need to hear your take on it a few times to really let it sink in.
Well, for me, it appears like thoughts appear kind of like objects appear um, in the story of separation. You got the Coke bottle and the different objects around you. Thoughts don't necessarily come uh, from inside of my head. They don't come from uh, a source so much as they appear as objects appear in separation. So it's kind of a cascading effect of like appearing from everywhere, almost kind of falling around me or in my immediate experience. Um, and in that way, you can disassociate a position from where a thought comes from. thoughts arise simply as objects appear separate, and it just becomes a part of the story of separation. Um, and in the lack of a mechanism to either think them or stop them, they just dissipate as things tend to dissipate when you go into a daydream, for example. You go into your thought, or you just go into that place where there's no you thinking. You just kind of, for an hour or two, just blank out, and he kind of melds it all together. Thoughts arise like things and then dissipate as things dissipate, as in a daydream. So there's no real position or source for what appears to be the individual thinking. It just, thoughts are as everything else appears, separate initially, but with the lack of a mechanism or an individual actually thinking them. And so the separation itself dissipates into that kind of daydream state where there's no you and there's no object. It just appears as a you and an object in a dream. And that's how thoughts can arise for me. I mean, it's not always this way, it's not always that appearance, but yeah, I like to say that thoughts cascade um, around the immediate experience just as objects. So that's kind of how I see how
That seems to be a popular question, like where do thoughts come from?
yeah. And
Sorry.
please go ahead, sir.
No,
please.
well, I was just going to say also with memories, because you have shared memories and history, and so, but that makes perfect sense. I mean, it seems obvious what you're saying now, that since everything is, let's just say, the one is appearing as the many, the same could be said of thought. It's the same one appearing as many thoughts in many different brains, but it's still coming from, well, whatever the source coming from. You saw my friend's video. He was calling it like a black hole of nothingness.
Yeah.
Saying that. Well, this is the non-duality. It's the black hole of nothingness is everything.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it. It's the hardest thing. Hey, Rajiv, by the way, how you doing, man?
Oh,
Thanks for
Rajiv.
stopping
Oh,
by.
I didn't see him in here. Hi,
Well,
buddy.
that's the beautiful paradox of objects as thought and sensation. It all appears to come from a source. In the paradoxical happening, not happening for the individual would be the lack of a source, the lack of an individual, or a place of or a point of perception, a point of creation of these thoughts or of this memory. Everything that comes from the notion of a memory, everything that comes from the notion of a source for the thought, appears as this world of separation, and that all objects are separate, beginning with that notion that there is something thinking, there is an individual that is actually thinking something. Whereas what I was kind of alluding to is that there is no individual thinking. There is the story of an individual that thinks, has a memory, is in a world of separation, looking at other objects, has a memory. All of it is essentially a part of that same story of separation. And so, barring that assumption of source, and assumption is a loose word, but barring that predetermination that something must be creating what appears to be this immediate experience. That's it's definitely counterintuitive to the individual, and that um, it's impossible to think in terms of a lack of cause, or a lack of a beginning, or a lack of an end, a finish line, a lack of a path. There actually is no movement moving, and that is, it appears to be motion, it appears to be a dimension, it appears to be time and space, it appears to come from a cause, but it never can give you that cause. The actual physics of separation show no definitive explanation for the primary mover, so to speak. And most people will come up with some kind of rendition or story about a cause, like a god or something of this nature. It could be
Yes.
a deed. It could be a it could be monotheistic. It could be multi-deistic. In that, there's the wind god and the sun god and the earth god and the water god, or just one primary mover. But these are all stories about a cause. Initially, you go ultimately to the very beginning, and physics will tell a story about how there is something rather than nothing. It could do that. There's literally thousands of theories in physics about how there is something rather than nothing, but they can never definitively point to an actual cause. When it goes, like, the Big Bang or anything like that goes to um, physics, back to where physics lose any kind of reality, in that the four forces of nature that split, gravity split from the other forces, the weak nuclear force, the strong nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity split first, and then the others split directly thereafter. All of these things are predicated on this assumption, or the appearance of this story of a beginning. And so thought is very much the same way. You you have this, it appears to be a source for an individual thinking. Sensation backs this up, as an individual feeling pain or beauty or pleasure, and that reinforces this idea of the story that you are in fact an individual in time and space, though that cannot be verified, much like the theory of a beginning to something rather than nothing. And then you have, there, you cannot definitively point to a place where your thoughts begin. You can't even know that you exist in time and space in an objectively true or absolute sense. So all of that, the difficult aspect of it is that everything that appears to be this moment is wrapped up in that entire idea of a memory, a beginning. I was born, I am living, I will die. Same with the universe, is was created at one point, or appears to be created from some other manifestation that is beyond our ability to understand within this section of existence called separation, time and space. So none of it is predicated on actual fact. It is predicated on the observations of the individual and how they navigate, um, the physics of their, the basic common sense. Hammer hits the thumb. Why am I feeling pain? What is that mechanism, and why does that, and then trying to define that as a reality, because it appears as if the individual feels pain, and therefore this the story is real enough to the individual. And though you do feel pain, it does not make you an individual. It makes you a character in a story that appears to feel pain. And that, it's difficult for an individual to to care one way or another, because to the individual, it's like the apparent individual, why should I care? Why should I care beyond the fact that I appear to feel pain? I fear, I touched the stove, my hand is burnt. And that is reality. Not necessarily so, but it's completely useless to the individual. That that is not actuality. That is the appearance of a character in a story being burnt. But beyond that is the actual reality of what are the building blocks of existence, and what makes an individual separate from the stove, separate. Why is the thumb separate from the hammer? And you can use physics uh, to negate that assertion, because it is not objectively true that that the individual actually feels that pain. You have a memory or a fear of the pain, but the memory cannot be, you know, the memory is not actual. It's because you cannot know the source of it. So you can't know that there is actually time and space. There can only be this appearance of a moment, a happening here and now. But within that appearance, there is no actual validity to any of those apparent happenings, like those fears, or the desire to feel pleasure, or the desire not to feel pain. All of that is predicated on the story that there is an individual navigating time and space. But this here and now does not. Uh, that is not what is, and so it is the appearance of this fear regarding an individual, and this all is predicated on that assertion or that assumption that you as an individual exist in time and space and have a source for your thought. If you remove, or if you, paradoxically speaking, if you can remove that assumption, remove the assumption that you have a source for your thought, your memory is actual, your desires are relevant, all of that being not what is in this moment. So, and this moment not being a moment because it's not in time and space. So the reality of it is this right here and now is the totality, and it contains these fears and understandings, and under the understandings of everything coming from a place of a source, yet never actually providing that source. There is never an answer for A, B, and C. It is an effect that does not have or carry the source with it. It appears to be a result of a cause, but yet the cause is never materialized. You can never know it. The individual cannot know that what they are experiencing is actual in any sense. So even if you want to talk in terms of consciousness, if you want to talk in terms of physics, the physics of consciousness, the mechanism of both, all of them end up in the theoretical uh, uh, explanation or guesstimation of a cause. So the lack of it, the lack of cause, uh, results in, for me, this just a mechanism that is not a mechanism. It appears to be a mechanism. It appears to be an effect from a cause, but barring that cause, it just blooms out of nothing and goes to nowhere for its own sake. There is no cause or effect. There is stories about a cause, and then this would be the effect of that. And then we have, a desire for a future and what might be or what might come, but none of that is actual. So, and the hardest thing to do is to let go of the idea that your memories are actual. And you could look at that in any way you like. There's no way to, you can't know your memory is actual. It's just impossible, because there is no definitive source for that memory or the thought of it. So separation itself, as
Yeah.
thought, and any theories involved with it are all appearing simultaneously, like just like the fear, or the fear of being burned, or the pleasure of whatever, what have you. um all of these things are simultaneous at one point, for nothing and coming from nowhere. And though that may seem to the individual that thinks they live in separation. Completely useless understanding, paradoxically spoken. It's not really an understanding, but the the beyond words part of it, the counterintuitive part of it is that it's not really a you experiencing a this. So when you can get the, beyond that observer observed appearance, or that idea of a source and a destination or a path in between, then what happens is, at least from this perspective, the character of a me is experiencing what appears to be things in this story, and it all just kind of comes together, and thought
Can
basically
you explain?
cascades from everywhere.
Maybe I love that. Like, let's take dinosaurs. Most people, I think, agree that dinosaurs roamed the earth and
Right,
became
right.
extinct. So, like something like that. But if you could put that into your framework, like how do you explain that? I could go up to most strangers and we have the same basic understanding of
Yes,
dinosaurs.
evolution. Yeah, evolution is well, evolution and the occurrence of,
But is
you know,
that
the
another? That's another story.
yeah, well, yeah, evolution is basically an explanation about a mechanism. It doesn't talk about a cause. I mean, the initial cause of why these things seem to evolve through time and space, but the evolution of an individual as a dinosaur, as people in general, primates to human, the human animal, all of that is about the path of time and space, a linear happening of a succession of events. But that is not what is occurring. I mean, or that occurring isn't occurring in the strictest sense, because there is the story of that without its validation. So any kind of theory in regards to the uh, the effect of the initial first cause, um, it is always the negate, or it is always the absence of that first cause, and therefore the rest of the story of a path or a happening as a mechanism, um linear succession of time and events, as far as let's say seasons and a day and a night, a time increments, one after another. That doesn't, that's not actual. The actuality of it is all of the stories of dinosaurs and evolution, uh, from the initial cause to now.
Yeah.
However, you can look as far back as you want to look in the universe, and including here on Earth, to keep it more local. Whatever's happening in our solar system, how the Earth got hit by some big meteor and it stopped the dinosaurs and allowed for, uh, smaller rodents or whatever. Then finally, became primates, and then primates became humans. All of that, with the fossil records and the whole gambit of a is the gambit of a memory without its validation. There's no actual source for your memory. So there's no actual source for the idea of evolution. Now, evolution, as far as I'm concerned, within the story of separation, seems obvious to me. I mean, it's obvious that, you know, it just seems obvious that is what happens. Things evolve through time. I mean, and if you want to look at the story of separation in time and space, evolution seems, I mean, that's just the way it works. But you have to assume the initial cause, and you have to
But
assume the initial source for your thought. And with barring that absolute knowledge, barring the knowledge itself becomes irrelevant. It's not relevant to this moment, because there is no reference point for you to say this is true, because this is happening from this point and perspective of this object of a brain that exists in time and space. This brain exists in time and space and is creating what appears to be my mind, my thoughts, my consciousness. Well, that brain cannot be known to be the object of thought because you are not your brain, and relativity itself negates this. So because you are not that object, you cannot know that object to be as it appears. That is how relativity negates itself, because you have to assume that position initially, in which all other points are relevant. Your position in time and space is assumed because you are not the object of your brain. The manifestation of your thought is assumed because, as relativity and evolution will state, you cannot know that definitively in an absolute sense, no matter how obvious it may appear. It is not objectively real, objectively true. It is the mind telling a story about a brain and physicality within a dimension of time and space, and you are in a position within that dimension, and all things are relative to that position is not verified, and therefore you cannot know yourself to be a aspect of uh, evolution. You cannot know that you are in time and space. You cannot know yourself to be actual, and what appears to be existence cannot be objectively verified as reality as it appears. It appears to be a reality in time and space, but cannot be known to be that reality simply because you do not have the objective realism or uh, material proof of that source of thought. That material organ of your brain is not what is known as the self.
Just hold
So,
on one sec. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
sure,
Sorry.
man, no problem. Rajiv, how you doing, brother? I'm so glad you're here, man.
I'm doing good.
Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate it very much. I'm very grateful for you, man. How you feeling, man?
Great.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. You got anything you want to talk about today?
uh, not many words come, but I just come here to listen.
What was it? What was that last thing you said?
Wait.
Uh, I said that uh, uh, I just come here to listen to your chat with Walter.
I'm grateful for it. That's beautiful. And under in any capacity, I'm grateful.
Yes, well, I'm grateful for you too, Rajiv. I do like your insights. So if you ever do feel like you want to chime in, don't be shy.
Yeah, I second that for sure. He doesn't say much, but when he does say something, it's beautiful, right?
Yeah, he came right out with that definition last time.
Yeah,
That's something I had never even heard of. It was like, oh, that's boom, boom. Yeah, I was like, wow,
that's beautiful. Yeah.
did not know that. So yeah, well, that was an interesting conversation with Paul.
Well, how about yesterday with that point that was made? I don't know if you remember it, but we were talking with Giselle and the Tequila Sunday, and there was a moment there where I think it was you that brought up a point. Somebody brought up a point about their mother feeling bad, regretting something, and
Mhm.
you know, the point that I was making was, uh, when I've run across situations like that, what I do is uh, I try to identify with that character, with my mother, or whoever it is, and I say, and I try to tell them, oh yeah, I have this thing that, you know, that is in my memory that I just can't let it go. It's, I wish I had not done that way. And now, whether or not, and that was kind of shot down real quick, like you should never regret anything and all that, and that's fine and that's dandy, but you can't really choose that, can you? And the reality is that though it's not actual to me, it's the memory of it is not. We're talking about the appearance of the appearance of the appearance, and so the appearance of my mother having these regrets and feeling awful about something in that moment, all I want to do is make my mother feel better, right? All I want to do is make her understand in any way or shape or form that, she's not alone, or however I can make her feel better in that moment is what my aim would be. And so in that kind of understanding, that's what I was referring to. Instead of trying to say to my mother, well, your memory is not actual, there's no regrets, you shouldn't do this, or try to tell them what they can and cannot do, or shouldn't do. I try to just relate to them in that moment, and that yeah, I have things in my memory that I regret wholeheartedly, and they come back and, you know, bear their ugly head on occasion. I try not to run from that. I own it, and I realize I can't do anything about it. And if need be, I wallow in that regret for as long as it needs until it dissipates. And there are certain things that just will never go away. There are certain things I think in everyone's memory that they think they wish they could have done differently. And I think that's a part of what appears to be the character in the story. Everyone has that kind of situation where, damn, I wish I hadn't have done that. And so when somebody comes to me and says, particularly my mother, or someone that I care about deeply, um, and they're saying these kind of things, it's not the only way to deal with it. I was just saying that it is possible to to relate to that person, that individual, apparent as they may be, and just comfort them in that way, that okay, this might not help the fact that you have this moment of regret, but at least know that you're not alone, that I too
Yeah.
feel this way, and I too have these moments that just, those wincing kind of like, damn, I wish I hadn't done that. Why did I do that? What, and everybody has that moment. I think everybody has at least one of those moments in their lives where they just regret the way they reacted to a situation, or how they handled something. And it's just part of that human experience as it appears in separation. And so that's kind of the point I was making yesterday. I don't know, I didn't really get a chance to talk to you about it. Everybody was feeling great. It was a beautiful meeting, by the way. It was hilarious. I mean, it was a blast. Everybody was
Yeah, I don't really remember that conversation, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, I do remember bringing that up, and and I appreciate your feedback. I don't remember what the other viewpoints on that were, but you've been interviewing a lot of people, talking to a lot of people. So how have you found other perspectives on this?
Oh, it's
Um,
beautiful. Oh my God.
yeah.
You know the most amazing thing, Walter, man? The most interesting talks come from just the most obscure places. It's
Mm,
literally the people that you that are very quiet, listen, like Rajiv, or people I've been talking to for years, and um but never face to face, never on audio, never live. And it's just amazing. Some of the friends that I've been communicating with on Facebook for forever, Um, you know, now that I'm actually meeting them face to face and talking to them in person, just amazing stuff, amazing. And everyone's got their own take. Everybody's got their own perspective. Everybody's coming from. I mean, there are some people like Dev I was talking to yesterday. It was just beautiful. He was, you know, he comes from almost a lack of tradition, a Hindu, uh, basically a Hindu upbringing, but he doesn't pigeonhole himself to any one particular thing. And I can't wait to bring that one out because you know, the whole notion of deity and that kind of thing, um, from his perspective was just brilliant. Um, uh, you know, I felt a close kinship to him. You know, ironically, Mark Fordham, who is an amazing, you know, he's a motocross guy, and we've been talking for years. His insights were just, you know, just beautiful, beautiful. And again, Anthony Mark, and it was amazing yesterday. We talked about Anthony Mark, and I talked about you know, his perspective of, you know, he's kind of a writer, he's a poet, and he's always coming from a place of love, and just his perspective of the fantasy uh, type. He's a J.R. Tolkien fan, and generally speaking, you know, there's a, you know, that's just it's all fantasy and story and stuff. And from his perspective, it's like, yes, that's the point. It's all just a story. Why not make it? You know, why not go with it? You know, goblins and trolls and dwarves and all of these things are all metaphors to what he was saying. J.R. Tolkien's Norse kind of perspective is, and then we had the kinship of the World War II, you know, aspect of, you know, J.R. Tolkien was influenced by World War II and the Norse rhetoric of you know, mythology, and you know, I have a kinship to that. So does Anthony, because, you know, I am a product of World War II. My grandfather came from Germany right after World War One in 1918 to across Ellis Island, and then my father, he had my father and my grandmother in tow. And then my father went to fight in France for World War II and met my mother, and then brought my brother, my big brother, and then me ultimately. So my brother and I are both direct, you know, products of World War II in an odd way. And he also has that kind of, you know, experience with his family. Everybody, you know, has, you know, these connections to that, you know, that story of global warfare, and then how that relates to, you know, your memory, how it affects, you know, what you become, uh, and just how that entire story can play out. And he was amazing. So each one of them were completely different. You know, I mean, completely different types of people, but ultimately, all three of them were fascinating in their own right. And I'm, you know, I'm just a lucky guy. All I can say is every person I've been talking to had nobody has disappointed me. If anything, everybody has literally gone way beyond my, you know, my initial expectation. I try not to have any expectation whatsoever and be grateful for what appears. And what has been appearing, it far exceeds anything that I could have hoped for. It's been, I just wish I go to the regret thing. I'm glad I'm doing it now. I'll say that, because it's one of those things that you know, I mean, it literally blows my mind. Everybody has
Do you find
far
that
exceeded.
people, it's it's just a matter of labels and words, that in the end we're really all saying the same thing? I mean, that's the impression I get. Even if
Yeah,
someone says God,
yeah,
to me, when they're saying God, in my mind, it's the nothing. You know,
yeah,
it's uh, the source. It's the whatever word. You know, like you could go on and on. And, or whether this person's saying consciousness, awareness, it really, it just feels to me that we actually are all on the same page.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimately
Uh,
we are. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Walter, if I'm so sorry if I'm interrupting, I just want to get this out
No,
because
no.
you just made me think of something. It truly is that way, in that you know, God can be referred to as just this immediate experience, you know, and all of
Mhm.
those little appearances within it. You know, I can understand that that I can understand that vantage point. So this being the totality, right, and nothing beyond it, nothing before it, nothing after it, etc. Uh, you know, you could call that God, or like you said, you know, you can have a story about a source, and that
Mm.
source could be a God that's separate from what's happening here and now, which that seems to be the number one difference between like non-dual type people and people that think that that believe a story, that there is a cause and an effect. But the funny thing is that like some of the Indian teachers that I've been looking at lately um, are, you know, the funny the funniest thing is that they're not speaking of a source or a, you know, a destination. They're not talking about the reality of a story. They're talking about this here and now as being, you know, a deity, for lack of a better, you know, and all those different metaphors and all the different
Did you
stories that
like
they
that?
tell.
It's an appearance appearing
Yeah,
to an appearance,
yeah. The appearance of an appearance appearing. Yeah.
uh, to to nothing. Yeah,
Nothing.
but it
Yeah.
always comes back to the nothing because it's not appearing to appear to something. It's just appearing to appear to know nothing. It's
Right.
but I think that like you said, Nisargadatta or Ramana Maharshi. I
Right.
assume these are the guys you're
Yeah.
looking at. Um, they're probably the top two, you
Yeah.
know, from India that have had a huge influence on the, you know, everybody that really. Well, some say they aren't influenced by it, but maybe they're not. I was. It touched me, you know, when I was reading Nisargadatta, and just, you know, some of that inquiry, like to whom do these thoughts appear?
Well,
You know,
and that
those things can be helpful or interesting to
it's
do, right?
beautiful because
Yeah.
it's the same story in that it's the same story that like who is the appearance appearing to, right, is the same
Yeah.
thing as saying um, there is a source. Okay, so there's a story of an individual without the validation of that individual. um, the self can never find the self because there is no object in which to find. There is no defined, or there's no no definition or description of a self, as there is no description or definition of consciousness. No, because there is no source in a definitive sense for that thought, for the individual thinking. So there is no individual actually thinking. There is the story of a self, and from that story of a self comes this need of a source for what appears to be observed by the individual, the things in time and space, and the story itself. Um, and that mechanism coming from something like evolution, like the story of evolution, the story of a memory, the story of thought, is all tied into the same thing. A it's all predicated on the story of a source without the verification of the source. So, uh, like a God, for example, or the primary mover, whatever you want to say, or the reason for, or meaning or purpose for all of this, um, is essentially just the story, as the individual is just the story of a conscious individual aware of other things, but it's not the conscious individual aware of things. It's the story of a conscious individual observing other things, and the story of a mechanism that makes this whole thing go. All of it is the same story without the validation of the source. So, barring the need of a source, okay, that is where, for me, it becomes not an individual looking at another thing. I'm not observing something. There's no me to observe it. So, it in that way, thought can simply appear as objects appear, not from a source, but just culminating out of nothing and going into nowhere. The counterintuitive nature of that is you lose the individual loses himself or herself, and what appears is this beautiful cascading of a dream. And without the belief or the individual to believe in that source, uh, uh, within that sourcelessness and that unspeakable place where you can't articulate, that there's not a me talking, there's not a me observing something, there's not a you listening. It is simply right here and now, paradoxically speaking, outside of any kind of path. There's no destination, there's no beginning. And so the moment is infinite in this way, because you cannot explain, you just can't explain it. There's no way to communicate, because there's no two people communicating. And so in that way, you could talk for a million years, and you'll simply just go further away from what actually is. The more you try to communicate it, the less it actually is what is being communicated. It's
When
the
you were,
paradox
can
is
I ask
beautiful.
you a question?
Yeah.
When you were young and you were saying there's no lines,
Yeah.
and you could tell there was no solidity and no physicality and no objects in time and space and all this. So yeah, would you, like how could you talk about that?
It was
In
well, I
terms,
was saying, I think the big one that I remember was no lines and no colors.
no
I
color.
remember going to school, and they were, I was uh, just kind of taking my crayon and going over the entire picture. Supposed to color within the lines and all that. And I was just coloring the entire page, just various different colors. And the teacher was asking, you got to stay within the lines. You have to do this, it's color by number, blah, 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 blah. And I said, there are no numbers. There is no line. There is no color. And eventually they called my mother into the class, and they said, your son truly believes there are no colors, there are no lines, there are no numbers. And I kept saying it, and I couldn't articulate what I meant. And yeah, that was an interesting that was interesting, dealing with adults. That the fun part about that is, Walter, like I was just talking to somebody about, they were talking about their guru, their master, and they kept referring to their master, and how there's masters and masters and students, and the master just makes more masters and they don't make students, and all this kind of thing. And I said, well, she said that I had a problem with authority, because I said, well, I'd never had a guru, I've never had a teacher, and I don't think there are teachers or students. There's just not. And she said, well, that's, you have this problem with authority. And I said, well, maybe so, because if I cannot know the source for my thought, if I cannot know that this is as it appears, and in fact, there is no source for my thought, there is no source for what appears to be this mechanism. So all of this, as the self looking at other, is a story of such, and not the appearance of it. It appears to be a succession of events, but is not as it appears. And so if if that is true of myself, then how can I put any kind of any kind of validity or any kind of truth to the words of another. If somebody is telling me, this is what it is, A, B, and C, this is how, blah, 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 however you want to do it. If I can't know any of this to be actual, then we're just there. It's just a bunch of birds chirping in trees, as I like to say. We're just chirping.
Well, it's not something to be believed,
right. There
you
is,
know.
I can't have someone else telling me what is and is not actual, and how I should not, do something. Uh, for some to ask somebody else is paradoxical in that there is no one else. There is no master, there is no student, there is the story of such. And so without that initial validation of self, to ask someone else about myself, I mean, who am I, what is life, what is existence, all of that stuff is predicated on the assumption that you are in fact existing, and they are in fact another entity, and they are conscious, and they have something to provide. And throughout my entire life, it's always been this kind of push and pull with that kind of understanding. And any kind of guru that would bring out that the level of, okay, you've reached the orange robe level, and you're going to have the black bead level, you could have this kind of haircut, and because you have followed me to this understanding of perception, absolutely is counterintuitive to everything that I experienced, yeah, as the lack of an individual. So there is no one person that can tell another person anything in that respect. There is no master. There is just the story of these individuals all having questions and answers, but none of that is ultimately true, because there are no questions or answers in the strictest sense. And
A
so
lot
it
of
is,
people will say it's descriptive, not prescriptive.
yes, yes.
So
Well,
basically, all you and I are doing is describing what appears to appear.
yeah,
And
yeah,
but we're
yeah,
not. We wouldn't give a formula or a system.
right.
Yeah, because there's no way to arrive. I know it's cliche, but there's no way to arrive at what's already.
Absolutely.
It's already the
Well, and
case.
that's and
There's
that
nowhere to
whole
get to.
and that's the whole thing about, like, the master and the student. Like she was saying, true master creates masters, and I'm like, well, isn't that the misnomer that there is a master and a student in the first place? Is ridiculous. I mean, I mean, it's just, it doesn't make any sense, because ultimately, if you are trying to follow someone else and their teaching, to get to where they are is impossible. You will never get to where they are, because you can't know yourself, let alone them. And the fact that there is a you or a them is the question in the first place that has no answer. So the story of the student and the master is what is, and there is neither, appearing as both. It's hilarious. And so, yeah, so it's really paradoxical, and to it's almost like, in a strange way, I know I've said it before, but it's almost a sadomasochistic thing for some, I think. The appearance of seekers asking some of these teachers or speakers or masters or gurus, um, is the moment you ask a question, you put yourself in a masochistic situation and put them in a sadistic position to where they can tell you you don't exist. So to constantly ask that question to them is, and to put validity in the story that they are separate from you, is in its outset incorrect. So you're putting them in a situation to teach you something about absolutely nothing. There, there's no lesson to be learned there. So and that is something that I think kept me away from gurus for so long. People had, like, people ask, who's your favorite guru or whatever. I never had one, and I never really looked at that. And the moment I saw anybody in an ashram, like people all dressing alike and looking alike, and going through these levels of understanding, completely counterintuitive to my experience of a lack of experience. So yeah, to listen to somebody else in this regard was never necessary for me. And at least that was from my perspective. So the moment somebody started indicating some kind of truth or some kind of lesson in an absolute sense, I would just immediately, I just would lose attention. I just couldn't care less, because I can't know that that's real. It appears to be real, but it's not real as it appears from the outset. So to ask any question or to listen to anyone else in this regard would be completely, it's counterproductive to what is. And so unless you, it's fun to do, or it's fun to listen to other speakers. I love I love a lot of these guys, a lot of the stuff, and I learned too, how to articulate certain things and stuff. But what they are all saying is the same thing. They're all saying the same thing. I'm not here. You're not asking a question, and I'm not answering it. It's the story of such.
It's sometimes nice to hear somebody describe it, and like people will say, they resonate with it. It's just nice to hear somebody put it into words, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that, it just feels like they're describing what's happening here, and there's something nice about that.
It's funny.
I'm sure. When did you first, how did that, did you have that experience when you first, I know it took a while for somebody else to frame more or less what had happened to you, for lack of a better term. That must have been pretty powerful.
Well, what I loved immediately, what I set out to do was try to put it in a physical sense, because I would tell people that this isn't real, and they can identify with that in an obscure kind of way. But to tell them that no, this isn't real, like you don't exist. To tell somebody that they don't exist while you're having a conversation with them didn't really go over very well. And so what I tried to do was I tried to explain it in a physical sense, and I got into theoretical physics, David Bohm, and then J.K. And immediately I liked David Bohm, and J.K. Some of his stuff is beautiful, but there's a lot of things that he says that I find completely just completely irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything to me at all. But I loved David Bohm in that he was trying to explain how physicality itself negates itself. Like you can actually show how physicality negates the appearance of what seems like time and space, and that fascinated me immediately. I loved him, and he uses physicality, he uses quantum physics and physics to show how it's not actual. And I realized that all of the best physicists, theoretical physicists, Einstein on down, they all say this is predicated on the assumption or the agreement that we have here, that you and I are in a place, that we are in a time, and that this scale of reality is where we are going to base the rest of our tests. And though the tests may seem to work, like we could launch rockets to the moon and go to Mars using math and physics, the actuality of that occurrence is not definitively objectively verified. It is an agreement about our position in time and space as a self, but that self has no source in that very same relative time and place. You cannot know it, so you have to agree upon it. And therefore, from the outset, any physics or any quantum physics or any explanation in its outset is an agreement, and not necessarily an objective point in which to start your assertions. So that to me was beautiful. I mean, I saw that, I was like, so what they're saying is essentially even math is the appearance of uh, 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 a mechanism for counting objects that don't objectively are not objectively verified to exist. So even physics tells you that that this is an appearance that cannot be known. Now the story can seem very real, and that we going to Mars, we're going to the moon, we're doing these things that are bettering our lives, and that story does appear, but it is not objectively verified. They are talking about what can appear to be real and testing that appearance within that story of reality, but it is never absolutely known to be real. And there's never a point where we can say that we exist within that story as that a story appears. So I love that immediately. And then I went to spirituality because I knew it wasn't a god. It's not a god as like another dia, another being. So what appears is this story of a source. All right, just like the story of the self within physics, there's the story of a source for everything, which is God. And so the spirituality aspect of it, I read the Bible and I did all that kind of stuff, and Ram Dass and Carlos Castaneda, just I started reading different little, different whoever I could pick up, um, and it just ultimately culminates into this beautiful story that has no valid, no verification. There is no proof or absolute understanding of anything from its outset. It is all the appearance of two individuals having an agreement. Or if I want to test things in a lab on my own, I can do that within that appearance. I can make testable results, give me answers in a definitive sense within that acknowledgement. But the acknowledgement of that story or that happening is not absolute. It is not even, in no way, shape, or form can I say it's actual, even as if you're burning your hand or you're smashing the sensation of pain. All of it, even as it's happening, cannot be verified to be actuality. Now you can say that is real enough for me, but you can never know that it's reality as it appears. And so that's how I did it. But in any way, shape, or form, if when I came across different like Hare Krishna, the Krishnas, or the Hindus, or any guru with a particular, or Christian, anything like that, I was not very well received by by a lot of classrooms and a lot of different teachers and stuff, because I would always argue from the outset, yes, but you're telling a story, correct? It's not objectively true that this is real, right? And so from that outset, even the funny thing is that scientists are more apt to immediately say, yes, that is true. We are coming from this agreement of an absolute about reality that we cannot know definitively, but we could test these things within this appearance of existence. And a science teacher, it was way more. I mean, not all of them now. I mean, some of them hate, just absolutely. As a student, they hated me. I mean, they're just like, we can't keep doing this, man. We have to move forward and for these tests, But I was always interested in that initial assertion. I just wanted to make sure where their head was at. And in any case, and if a guru could not, or a teacher of spirituality, or in any respect, could not adhere or could not validate their initial assertions, and then understood that they couldn't validate it. If they said, yes, this is true, we're making an agreement about individuals in time and space that are observing objects, but that is not objectively real. And so from this assumed or agreed upon shared reality in the appearance of separation, we can go from here. And from that point, I'm fine, you know. But if somebody's trying to tell a story as if it was an object of truth, as in like a preacher trying to say that this is God, you know, for me, my initial assertion would always be, yes, but you know, you don't really know that, do you? You know, I mean, that's not really what is. You're telling a story about a metaphor about immediate experience. I mean, you're not really talking about a deity. You're talking about the story of a source without that validation. And if they try to say, no, that's the devil talking or something like that. Now I'm not going to say that.
That can be a conversation killer, can it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, you know,
So I noticed that that you like to establish that.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah.
you allow someone to go on with their story. I find that fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I got to know from the individual.
You're like, all right, now what you're saying is not actually true, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could be quite the pain in the butt in that way. But
no,
yeah,
but I love that.
Well,
it's either going to go from there. Once you like say something like that, there's only two ways that conversation is going to go, you know.
Right. Yeah, and therein lies the paradox of the guru. You know, the paradox of the teacher. If the teacher is trying to say that they know an absolute truth, well, then I need to know how you're doing that. I mean, how do you get there? Because that's what I want to know. I mean, that's essentially what I want to know. If you're going to make a claim of any variety, I need to know the validity of that claim. And if you, as a teacher, don't understand the mechanics or the lack of mechanics in that claim, then then I really don't want to. From that point forward, I know what I'm listening to. I'm listening to a person that is making an assertion about a belief about a claim, and but they have no validation for that. And if they don't see it themselves, I lose all interest whatsoever. But if they do see that, if they do make that assertion, if they do make that if they say, yes, you're absolutely right, from that respect, you are correct, we are making an agreement about an appearance. And from this the agreement about a shared reality, we can go from here. And this is what I think. Well, this is how I like to deal with this. Then I'm good all day long. But if you try to make what you're saying an absolute without that validation, then you're asking me to believe in something that cannot be verified. And it's a story from the outset. And now the difference being, the distinction being, I know I'm with somebody that is telling a story, and they know they're telling a story, and it's beautiful. We're sitting here telling each other stories as what may or may not be, versus somebody that is telling a story and wants me to believe it regardless of the validation for it. And that is an entirely different thing. You're asking me now, and that's where me and a teacher will absolutely part ways. There's no way that I can listen to somebody. But once the agreement, once we have that initial bit out of the way, well, we can tell each other stories all day long. I mean, I'll listen to you for forever, and we can have.
That's what Emerson was saying last week.
Yes.
That he found it challenging to interview teachers that had a teaching, and that
Yeah, you're right.
Because it contradicts kind of, like, he knows it's BS essentially. I don't want to speak for him, but right. I think that's why it was awkward for him, because you're basically giving someone a platform and interviewing them, but you don't buy what they're saying, and you kind of, it feels a little,
Yeah, you want me to put on the beads and the robes and and have the haircut and buy into the entire, I mean, of course I'm just speaking metaphorically, but that's kind of what it is. You want me to conform to this understanding that you have created for yourself without the validation of it. And so, and then if you don't understand that you're telling a story, or if you want to brush over that aspect of it, then I know that you're trying to sell something. You know, you're basically a snake oil salesman. You're trying to you're trying to tell stories out of turn, and that's all we're doing anyways. I just want you to acknowledge that understanding, to acknowledge that none of what you're saying is objectively real, and that we are making an agreement to talk about an agreed reality that cannot be verified in any way. And so to have that fun with it after that initial understanding is agreed upon between the two of you. Okay, we're both just telling stories. Then I'll listen to you all day long. I'll read your books. I'll do whatever, whatever little, pointer things you want to do, whatever little exercises, or, this is the way it feels for me, or this is how I like to, navigate this appearance of an existence. And these are the methods I use that make me as an appearance feel better. Great. As long as I know that you're not trying to sell me on an absolute truth that you cannot verify. You want me to believe it because it seems real to you. And that to me is counterproductive to anything that I personally experienced when I was 8 years old, which again is just a story about, this really long, strange trip.
Sorry, just having a little lunch here too.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. It makes the interviews, I don't know, it puts them on another level.
Yeah.
Because normally people will just, and just let the person present what they're going to present, and maybe ask some leading questions to,
Yeah.
and that's it. It's basically a plug for a book or something
Right.
in the end. But I like how yours, I don't see them going that way. You're just sort of appeasing people, and.
Well, you know what I love, man? Like, it's weird, man. I'll listen to speakers, and it's kind of it's a weird, it's a weird kind of relationship, because like I'll listen to people ask speakers questions, and there's only so much of that really, in some respects, I need to listen to or want to listen to. But it is, if it's like Mark Fordham was telling the other day, he goes, you know what, but I like it. I like listening to the speakers, to the questions, because and just how they're answered, for just for that, just to hear that cycle or that story go round and round. And it's, you know what, I have to agree. On one point, I want to make I want to make the point clear that I'm not asking you a question because I need to know an answer. I just like hearing the questions and the answers, because that is, it's just a beautiful thing to watch that whole dynamic at play. And so, I have said in the past, I don't like that, but I have to admit, I do. I like listening to the questions and answers. And but also, my favorite part about any speaker, though, is when they're freelancing on their own, without anybody asking them a question. They're just belting something out. And like Tony Parsons was like, I was amazed at how deep he was when the first time I just read something about just from him coming off the top of his head and just writing something about what appears to be, as he called it at the time, the beloved, this immediate experience. And once I heard and Jim Newman as well, and Andreas is amazing when he just is freelancing. But once I hear their ideas from just that perspective of how it appears to them, from that individual self, or just just that story of them, uh, once I realize that they know that they're just telling stories, then I can say, okay, this is beautiful. You know, it's beautiful to watch the whole thing at play. And you know, that is the difference, in my opinion, from this non-duality and say uh, a lot of the a lot of the different spiritualists or even science or however religion you want to go through. This non-dual uh, unapologetic non-duality, it is the honesty of it from the outset that we
Yes, yes.
from the outset we are making it very clear that there is no objective reality to what I'm saying. There is no objective reality to what you are hearing. This is the story of individuals in time and space that is not verified. And from that point, then I totally relaxed. As soon as I heard like Andreas Mueller, I was like, oh wow, man, this is beautiful. Because
Well,
you know that,
most of them will say that the word is not the thing,
yeah,
you know, and like when Tony says the carpet was carpeting,
carpeting,
you
yeah,
know,
the chair is chairing.
carpeting, chairs chairing, like it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so simple, and it's a great pointer or description of what can't be described.
Yeah.
I mean, the chair's not really chairing, but I understand that, you know. But he also knows he's not saying any absolute truths.
Right. And that the thinker is thinking is the same as the chair is chairing. The
Yeah.
thought is, you know, thought is thoughting. Yeah. And yeah, that's
But,
you know what?
and the beloved and all that stuff, like he knows that's just poetic license.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing.
He's not married to any concepts.
No. No. Yeah. The absolute being that there is no absolute. There's the appearance of an absolute.
Yeah.
Appearing absolutely.
Yeah. Or you know, like that that God created a mystery, you know, so he wouldn't be bored or something like that, you know.
Right, right.
He was tired of knowing everything, you know. And
Yeah.
I like those kind of myths, you know. So I get where they're coming from. If you can not take them literally and just see the pointer in there.
Yeah, yeah. Alan Watts, I think, said something beautiful about that. I started trying to come up with a church of the unknowability, the divine unknowability, and in that is the way in which to worship the God of mystery is that you constantly are aware that there is no truth to any particular story. There's no truth to anything in an absolute sense, or even in the appearance of it. And so the more you are confounded, the more you are immersed in the great unknown, the more you are worshiping this God of unknowability. And you know, I mean, that could be fun to play with. And that the lack of belief in it is the belief in it. Oh man.
I'm just heating up some coffee. Ah.
It's funny, every week I got people that say they're going to stop by and they never do. But I do the same thing to other people too. And it's not like something I mean to do, But a lot of like I'll say, yeah, you know, like the non-dual meeting or non-dual cafe. I meant to go to that thing on Wednesday, and I wanted to go to it. You know, I had planned to go to it, and then just completely flaked. And I was like, oh, that's kind of what. Yeah, I had like, you know, 4 people say they're going to come today, and I stopped listening to that, you know, months ago. But the funny thing is I do the very same thing. So I'm grateful that you come, Walter.
Well, it's
And
funny. When if I tell somebody I'm going to come, I really like. Part of me thought I had already had too many to go to that thing yesterday,
right,
and so you know, the I'd say the voice of reason was saying maybe just skip it, and you know, you've had enough for one day and whatever, go to bed or something. But I was like, no, I said I was going to be there. I'm going to be there.
right, yeah.
And I mean, I'm glad I was there, but also, you know, I think I might have had the right idea to call it a night.
Ah, I think it worked out. I think it worked out. I think you were far better, far more pleasant than you're giving yourself credit for. You'll see it. You're
Yeah.
definitely 2 sheets to the wind, but you're totally pleasant. You're kind. You're definitely you're backing everybody up. I mean, you were, if anything, a definite plus. Very much so.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, I enjoy everyone that was in the room.
Oh, it's absolutely the truth, man. You definitely you helped keep that whole ball rolling. It was beautiful.
A lot of good people, you know, and sometimes, you know, I think you'll find this. I mean, you probably have already, but once you start hearing all different perspectives and you know, different teachings, um, and then you start to hear somebody share, you can say, oh, you can kind of link it to, you can say, oh, they're coming from this sort of either tradition or train of way of thinking about things. Um, so it's cool in that way. It was like when we were talking to Jessie and she said Long Chempa, you know, I kind of knew it kind of helped me understand where she was coming from, to know that a lot of what she says is kind of from that
Yes.
tradition, if you will.
Yeah, I like Lisa Carnes in that way too. She's knowledgeable on so many different genres. I like the way that she'll mention a teacher or that genre of thought, and you can kind of sync with. You kind of know you cut through a lot of the initial of what she's meaning to say and say from this teacher or that teacher X, Y, and Z. And
Yeah.
I like the way she'll answer different questions from those different vantage points. I agree.
It helps people because if that's the way they're used to to use their words when
Right.
talking to them, it's helpful because you know certain people you can use the word awareness
Mhm.
if you want to talk about the everything and the nothing.
Mhm.
It's just cool once you can kind of see it. It really is on the same. To go back to what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
But people, when they get married to a word or a concept, that then it becomes, it can seem like you're having a debate with somebody.
The funniest the funniest debate is that of experience. The negation of or what appears to be the negation of experience versus you know there's obviously something happening. So the debate will be um, that of actuality versus compatibility or the ability to communicate under any any mechanism of communication. The funny thing being that the debate being that actuality or existence itself as being experience um, uh, can be can be debated. It can be uh, uh, negated in the sense of an individual saying I experienced something, but from that negation or from that argument, people say, well, then we don't have anything to talk about. It's like, no, not necessarily. What I'm wanting to do, and the people like myself who want to say from the outset that nothing is actual, that from that initial understanding, then we can go to what appears to be experience and this and that. It's not a negation of experience. It's essentially the foundationless foundation of where we are going to begin this conversation. So we know that there is no foundation in any basis of reality of experience, but in hey Rajiv,
Hello.
hello,
What, what
what
is
you got,
meant
brother?
by actuality?
What do I mean by actuality?
Yeah.
The inability to say that what appears to the individual is actually occurring as it appears. The individual looking at objects as separation, as I exist in a place and a time, looking at another object. That is not actual in that I myself have not been verified. My thought cannot be verified to be coming from the source of a brain, a physical place in time and space, in which all other things are relative. That is the story of separation, the story of an individual observing others, and so, or observing things within a dimension. And that cannot be verified because the individual who thinks cannot know the source of their thought and cannot know that they are in fact the self that is that within the mechanism of brain, a mind telling the self about a brain, the mind telling the self about a physicality. It cannot be known objectively that you are in fact a physical object observing other physical objects, and that your thought is in fact accurate to that understanding of a mechanism from a source to the culminating effect, which is the mind, the thought, and consciousness, sensation. All of that being told and verified to the self is not actual in that it cannot be verified in an objective sense. You cannot know self. So you cannot know self and other. And therefore, I cannot know anything to be actual as it appears in a system of events happening in a time and a place through, through a mechanism of space and time, happening in a linear chain of events. All of that is predicated on that assumption that the mind is telling the accurate story of a physical brain that exists carried around by a body in a dimension that is not um, verified. It can't be verified by anyone, and never will. So that that though it may seem obvious to the individual that I exist here and now, that is the assumption or the belief in the story that the mind is telling without the absolute verification of the source being the brain. So, with, for example, Descartes would say, "I think, therefore I am." Okay. Well, if you think, therefore you am, then you are assuming you are assuming the self being your physical brain carried around by a body, and that circle of mechanism for thought is not verified in actuality. Um, it is assumed, and it is, it seems rather self-evident, but only through the sensation of the individual. But that is not, uh, again, never verified. So from that lack of actual objective realism that you are an individual here and now, observing other things in time and space. What appears as another person uh, making claims as to what is or is not real um, cannot be verified likewise, because from the outset, your story of an individual self is not verified. So it's not actual. It can only appear to be. So that
Hi,
appearance.
Brandon.
Hey, Brandon, how you doing, brother? I'm so glad you're here, man. So from that assumed actuality comes all other stories, and so um, that's what I'm talking about. A lack of actuality, um, a lack of objective realism. You know, in any sense, to define a thing, you know, there is no definition of an object. If you look at uh, an object and what makes things uh, has to do with scale and velocity and you know, size and all of that kind of thing. But all of those things are predicated on the initial assumption that you are in fact uh, an individual existing in a reality, and that cannot be verified to be objectively true unless you can objectively verify the source of your thought. And so consciousness itself, because it cannot be defined, because it has no source, there is no beginning to the story and no end to the story. And so there's no a path, for example. So the beginning, the path, and the end is all just one story appearing to happen as a mechanism from a beginning to an end. But none of it can be. There is no place where you could say this is where the mechanism of thought begins, because you can't know that to be true. You can only know that the mind appears to be telling a story to a self about its source, but you cannot verify the source. So there is no beginning, there is no middle, and there is no end, and therefore no actuality. As it appears, we live, we are born, you know, we are born, we live, we die. You can't know that that memory is actual. You can't know that that is actually what is happening. As, Descartes would say, "You think, therefore you are," assumes the you, assumes that that story is actual. And then you have a Boltzmann brain. A Boltzmann brain is Boltzmann was a physicist that about 140 years ago said it is far more likely that excuse me, it is far more likely that a brain will pop into existence in time and space, or in some kind of medium through quantum fluctuation, that a brain will pop into existence in Planck time. It's the fastest known time, any shorter amount of time, and it really doesn't even exist as we seem to think time exists in space. So this brain will pop into existence and have your entire memory. You'll have everything about the universe that you think is true will happen within that fluctuation of a brain back coming in and out of existence, like faster than you can think. And all of that is contained. Uh, Everything you know about reality is that fluctuation. Now, he says it's billions of times more likely that that brain is uh, happening in that quantum fluctuation, that plop. Your entire memory of time and space is that fluctuation. Billions of times more likely that that is happening more so than an actual existence of time and space, as in the Big Bang or the universe occurring out of not even nothing and actually existing for trillions of years, trillions of light years, and expanding into not even nothing. So it is far more likely that the appearance of a brain fluctuates in and out of existence rather than the actual existence happening. So my point is, well, why does there even have to be the brain at all? Why does that? I mean, he's coming from a physical or a quantum physicist or a theoretical physicist point of view, in that there must be a mechanism for what appears. There must be an actual physical reality. And if that physical reality, as he says, you might be a brain in a jar. You can't know that you're not a brain in a jar. And all of what you think is real is just being projected from this brain. My point is, why do you need the brain? Why do you need that mechanism at all? And that is where I part from, like Descartes or a Boltzmann brain. I'm saying that the story itself comes from no mechanism. It comes from no cause. There is no cause and effect. There's nothing that actually makes it happen. Happening itself isn't happening as it appears. So it's just this moment appearing as the trillions of light years through evolution we are here now. You know, all of which is completely unverifiable, in that your memory is just another story of a mechanism, you know, about a physicality that can't be verified. And so all of those things tell me, or tell the appearance of me, the story of me, that this is not a mechanism. It's not, there is no cause nor effect for it. It just appears out of nothing and goes to nowhere. And in that way, it is everything as nothing. So because it's relative to no position, there's no other position. It's not like this is in a space and another dimension is next to it, right? So to come up with any kind of mechanism for what appears to be this happening is a story about uh, happening, but you can't verify any of it. You know, I mean, you know, Descartes would say the pineal gland is what anchors us to the reality, the pineal gland in the brain, but that pineal, which has been completely debunked, but it's more of a, it's just a story about a tether to a reality in which we appear to be in. And also, and then and Descartes as well, or excuse me, Boltzmann as well, is a story about a mechanism. But the mechanism itself, he's saying that the mechanism is so, you know, it is so unknowable that we don't know at all what the source of what appears to be reality is. My point being that there is no source. The source itself is the story of a mechanism that needs to have a beginning or an end, or a reason or a meaning or a purpose. And none of that is actual. None of it can be verified. So why believe the story? Why believe that there needs to be a cause for the effect in the first place? And because there is no verifiable cause. So the thing is why make one up? It appears that we are in an effect, all right, without the cause. So why not just take the effect as it appears here and now and believe nothing? Zero, nada. You don't have to believe anything. And that's the beauty of it. There's no you in the first place. There just appears to be, without a mechanism. So everything that you observe is in fact just the story of an individual observing other. And whether that, you know, it doesn't mean anything, it doesn't get you anywhere, it doesn't make you go to a higher level of understanding. It just simply is what it is, and simultaneously is not is. And it's beautiful in that respect, and that it appears to be a linear happening of the succession of events in time and space, but it's not that at all. So the appearance of a story that is not as it appears, and it's beautiful. I mean, why believe any of the story? And in fact, Einstein will preface anything that he says as far as E equals MC squared in the same way. And so all of it is the appearance of this happening that is not verified in an objective sense from the outset. So we can agree upon this reality that appears to have rules. It appears to come from a place, but we cannot verify that place. We cannot verify those rules to be objectively real in the sense that we ourselves cannot verify the mechanism for our own consciousness or own thought, which is the illusion that you are an individual observing other objects. And so it's not any of that. It's simply a story of that. And that's, you know, that's the lack of actuality. The only thing that we can know actually is that none of it's real as it appears, or it cannot be verified to appear as a mechanism. It just seems to be a mechanism, but without that validation. It's amazing. I love it. It's beautiful. And when you lose that cause and effect, when you lose that mechanism or that need to have a starting point or a finish line, then all stories of a path just immediately lose their the tangible meaningful aspect, the purposeful aspect of the individual going through a life. You know, I was born, I'm living, I'm learning, I'm working, I'm accomplishing things, and then I'll die. That appears to be the story. And but the reality of it is that none of that is actually true, in the sense that it, you know, you can't know that. You can only ride with the story. And why not? I mean, it's just amazing. It doesn't have anything to do with helping the individual. It has to do with what actually is, and what can be known and what cannot be known. It is the honest actuality of the situation. It's not a concept because it's not me thinking it. It's not a concept because I don't actually know this. I can't know anything because it's not a me thinking. So thought appears as objects appears in separation, though none of that is actually true. None of that is actually verified. So it's just this beautiful story about cause and effect. It's a story about time and space, about objects in separation. But it's not. It's not, and even that is not. It's not subjective or objective. It's not. It's both real and unreal because it appears to be a reality, but it's not a reality as it appears. And so it is before objective truth or, you know, objective realism or subjective understanding. So it just is what is. As is not is. And
Well,
that to me,
don't you think real kind of loses its meaning a little bit?
yeah, exactly.
I
So
mean,
yeah, exactly.
yeah, like the fact that something could be real, but it appears to be real.
Mhm.
It's a real appearance.
It's definitely a you know, it's definitely an intriguing story. It's a persistent illusion, as Einstein would call it. You know, time and space is an illusion, but it's a persistent one. And but it's still an illusion. It still doesn't, you know, it's not actually happening as it appears. So reality, you know, there seems to be this reality, but it cannot be verified as the appearance suggests, as the story is suggesting. So to know that you are in the story or in a story of a lack of actuality is actually paradoxical, because it's you know, thought basically allowing the individual to understand that they are not in a dimension as they appear to be. And so it's not you actually figuring this out. You know, it's beautiful because there's no individual actually, there's no mechanism actually, you know, making that happen. So this thought cascading, like objects cascading in this dimension of space and time, actually just allow you to understand this, allow you to understand that you are not an individual observing other in a dimension of time and space. It's not even you that thinks it. It just appears to happen, but doesn't happen as it appears. It's amazing.
And, and no one even knows that.
Yeah, and no one knows it. There's no one to know anything. It's amazing, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's the mystery appearing as someone with a perspective or a, a concept or a framework.
Yes. Yeah. And the concept and that's the funny thing about concepts or the
It's like the
subjective or the
mystery is trying to explain itself
yeah. Well, like you said, we'll
to,
bring it
to another
full
mystery.
well, we'll bring it we'll bring it full circle to the deity thing that you were bringing up earlier. It's not the or that we were talking about earlier. It's not a god or a deity in that it's separate. Okay, it's this immediate experience explaining itself as the mystery, and that is the deity. It's the and that is the you are the God, or you are God in the immediate experience, because it's not you understanding this; it's this understanding culminating in this moment. And see, that is where the lack of division between the subject and the object, or the God and the thing that is godded over, because there is no God as a God is subjugating another object. The object and the God are simultaneously appearing as this understanding. And so there is no separation between the deity and what is not a deity. It is the deity and not a deity appearing as both outside
I
of
think
separation.
yesterday we were saying more like God the creator. So you create your own world of experience, of subjective experience.
In that,
You are the creator and destroyer
yes,
of worlds.
yes, in that the appearance of an individual comes to this understanding that there is no individual and there is no God, but the individual and the God, that whole entire subject comes out of nothing and goes to nowhere as a single story. So that is, I think, the mystery of the God creating something so mysterious it couldn't figure it itself out. Well, therein lies that actuality, that it's not you coming to this understanding, it's this understanding appearing here and now as both the appearance of a deity and an individual. So so there is no separation between the two. There just appears to be in this here and now. There's nothing to be godded over. So there's no individual that needs a God, and there's no God that needs an individual in order to make it a God. So it's just that appearance of coming out of nowhere, because the individual doesn't even know it. There is no individual to know something. It is just the story of knowledge and understanding, and in this way, there is no separation within it. So it's fascinating. It's beautiful, and it's actually, untouchable in that you are the arrow. The arrow being the bullseye. When you shoot the arrow can't hit itself. In the same way that you can't talk about this in its absolute sense. You can only kind of allude to it, and it's just, to me, that's about as close to actuality as you can get. That it's a
I mean,
story.
it's all there is.
Yeah,
There's
it.
nothing apart from it that can point to it. So
Yeah,
therefore,
and
everything is it. These words,
so cool.
these little boxes with
Yeah,
parrot people in them.
that's
It's coffee.
exactly.
It's all
Yeah.
appearance, but it's a delicious appearance.
Oh God, it's so beautiful. And from that paradoxical lack of understanding or lack of belief, lack of a need of a source or a mechanism, therein lies this beautiful happening, not happening. Everything that appears to be within this mechanism no longer requires that answer or that question. There is no answer or question. There just appears to be the spontaneous actuality. And then from there you lose all vocabulary, because what is actual? What is that actuality? What does it mean to be actual? the lack of actuality. And so it's actual, not actual, actual, not actual. You know, I mean, it's so you lose all ability to speak on it. It's truly amazing. Nothing can be said.
I feel joy just contemplating this and remembering and noticing that there's no end to the story and no beginning to the story and no reality and nothing outside of any of this.
So beautiful, man.
Point to it.
It's so beautiful, brother.
There's nothing to like. There's no have to. There's no burden because there's no. It's all just happening on its own. Even me. Whatever appears that seems to be me just appears. Like I don't have to make me. I used to experience like I had to make me, as if I was like carrying like Atlas carrying the whole world. In fact, I was making the world and I was responsible. It was such a burden, like it's all my fault. You know, that like being the god, like, oh, I'm the god, but I can't control the world. What kind of god is that?
Absolutely, man. So beautiful. A lack of need. It's like a lack of need. I like what you, yeah, it's the lack of responsibility. You no longer are responsible for your thought. You know, it's not like you are creating it. So thought appears as it does, and it's just such a load off. Like you said, it's just like relaxation of it just appears. It doesn't. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do about it. You know, it's so beautiful. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know why, but it's all okay. Like today sucked. I mean, I like today. I'm at work. Today sucked, right? From like one point of view, but it's perfectly okay. Like completely okay. And it sucked. I had a headache, and I could list all the things, right? But like, it's perfect, like, completely, absolutely okay in its sucking.
the suckiness of it.
Yeah.
How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? It sucks, but it's perfectly okay. I totally resonate with that. Yeah. As I lay here in my bed on my left side, looking at the same wall I've been looking at for 6 years. It literally is okay. I mean, it's totally fine in the respect of, you know, not having to be anything, or doesn't have to be beautiful or ugly. It's beyond either of those things. It literally, the pain as the beauty of it, the pleasure of it, literally is as it is, just perfect. It just can't be any other way. It's amazing. Yeah.
There's a point where there's nothing to say at all. Like I can feel this desire to say something, and I cannot. It's like meeting the edge of the universe or something. I can't take that step linguistically. It's just impossible. impossible. There's nothing to say.
And yet,
And I wish I could. I want to say it to you.
say, do what I do. Thanks, Walter.
Do.
Do what do what I do and just start yammering and see what happens and see where it takes you.
Talk about this. I talked about it for the first time to someone yesterday, and they started asking questions. Like they asked me a question, and I just answered, and then they kept asking me questions, and they were like, "Why are you trying to enlighten me?" They were upset with me, but they were asking the questions.
I think people want verification. People want their own ideas, like the appearance of people want verification for their idea, for what they think already.
It was like they were arguing with themselves. Around for anything to verify. I'm just kind of looking around. Like, no.
Hey, Brandon, you're fading in and out pretty bad. Is there any way that you could, your audio is fading in and out? Might be just a position.
Maybe.
It's tough to, you're fading in and out really bad. Like I'm only catching like every 10th word or so.
All right, maybe that works.
That sounds better.
I have these ear. Can't hear you.
There you go. Now that's way better. I'm sorry, man. It looked like that tree was definitely comfortable. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Brandon. Really beautiful to see you today, my friend.
I have a desire to see you in like real life. Like come by and what part of the world are you in?
Oh, I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
Where are you at?
I'm in Chicago. There's like, well, no, you can't see it. Chicago.
Oh, you're in Chicago. Oh, my mother's in Aurora.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble. Your audio's really spacey. It's really spotty. Please forgive me.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but I don't know if there's much I can do about it.
I hear you. I heard that last sentence. That was good. Yeah, I'm in what part of Chicago? I was there for a little while when I was in the Navy. Yeah.
I'm in a neighborhood called Pilsen. Working at the water plant.
The water treatment plant.
Yeah. We have some nice oak trees around.
What's on the agenda? What's on the agenda today for work? I remember you were telling me that you deal with the viscosity of paint, I believe.
Let's see. I measured a whole lot of paint today, the thickness of it. It's
Somebody's got to do it, man.
Be like within thousandths of an inch, you know, if it's too thick, it's amazing. Yeah.
It really does make a difference. Just the little minute thickness, or just the difference in thickness, I imagine does make a huge difference.
Zinc, there's a zinc paint, and the zinc, there's a lot of zinc metal in it, and when it dries, it can do what's called mud cracking if it's too thick. Like when mud dries up and it cracks,
Yeah.
it can do that. So, and then it doesn't work.
That's right. How big are the vats? Like, how big is the vat that you mix the paint in? Like, how much at a time do you measure?
We'll mix 5 gallons.
Oh, okay.
5 gallons. Yeah.
5-gallon buckets.
It's like a constant battle. I'm like, oh, it's not good enough. You got to do a better job. And they're like, we got to go as fast as possible and save as much money. And I'm like, nope, you got to do a better job. And they're like, nope. And some days they're just like hungover from the night before, and they're like, I'm doing a shitty job. No, this is what they're thinking. It's just what I'm personifying it.
And then you
It's
get
a
it.
funny thing. There's so many worlds, like there's so many different things.
If you do it, if you get it out there and it's too thick and you put it on the wall, it can actually, I wonder if it could, well, I mean, I know the paint itself would crack, like I could see that. I wonder if it cracks the drywall itself. Like, does it stick to the drywall so hard that like it'll actually crack the drywall too?
Beams, the support structure for the building. It's on steel.
Okay. I think I'm missing, like, I'm getting like 2 or 3 words out of 10, I think.
Yeah. Learn sign language.
I just like seeing your smiling face leaning against the tree. That's good enough for me, man. Man.
I smile so hard, and I don't know why, but it's like hurting.
What was that last bit? I'm sorry, brother.
Like I'm smiling so hard, it's starting to hurt. It's like I've got to do some exercises. I got to get some like weights for my smile muscles and build that up or something.
It's like massaging my cheeks, like that's not a bad problem to have. Yeah, getting smile cramps. Man. Such a beautiful day. Mhm.
Awakenings.
Awakening into the dream state. Mm. It's beautiful, man. I can hear the birds chirping in the distance where you're at, Brandon. I can't hear you, but when you're silent, I can hear the birds chirping in the background. That's hilarious.
The breeze too. It's it may be blowing in the leaves.
Loving it. Loving it. I got a beautiful gray, rainy kind of day here. Foggy glass. I love it. Mm.
The way the leaves blow around in the wind, endlessly. Oh, beautiful. Just and all the different shadows, like the greens and the.
I love it, man.
I don't know why.
What a great place to rest. What a great place to put your back against a tree under that canopy. What a great place to have lunch. Is that, and that's the water behind you there?
I think that's the building. Yep, there
Oh,
it is.
okay. Oh, okay. I see now. Yeah.
Yes, giant water plant. They do like 800 million gallons of water a day.
Wow. 800 million. How much does that feed? How many people does that process? How many people does that serve?
City and suburbs, like I'm not really sure how many. There's another plant that does even more, but I don't really work at the plant. I'm just a paint like a contractor that just working here. And the guy took me on a tour, one of the people who works here, and he took me downstairs, and there's like 3 stories of like huge pipes and valves and the giant secret pools of water, and it's amazing. Like there's like a whole like this whole process, like series of processing steps, and it's all like 80 years old. It's incredible.
80 years old.
Bathroom that no one uses. It's like, you could use this bathroom if you want some privacy. It's like 3 stories underneath, like hidden way away in like these, amidst rusty pipes and valves and things.
Right. And it's amazing that they had that foresight to actually anticipate that kind of need that long ago. That's awesome.
He said a bunch of geniuses invented this place. In like the 30s, they designed it in the 30s. It is amazing. Like, it's so simple, and it's like the same process. It's the same basic pipes, and it gets filtered through sand, and it's the same sand that's been here since the 40s. They had to redo a tank, and he said they got the sand. They went to Ohio to the same location and got the same from the same like gravel pit or whatever. They got the same sand, and to replace the one they had to fix. In the Super Bowl, everyone goes to the bathroom at the same time, and so there's like this enormous, like the pumps that pump the water out. You have to like turn them on. It's like jet engines pumping millions of gallons of water.
I love stuff like that. Massive industrial mechanisms, all those different just huge vents and fans and pumps and different valves or different turbines and things. Anything like that, I love it. Worked at a steam plant not, in South Carolina. I was putting together some of the what they call explosive paneling. And what it is it's designed to give the treatment plant had all kinds of just chemicals, volatile stuff, and there always was the danger of an explosion. And if one thing touched off, the whole thing can go. And so these massive panels we were putting on the building, were designed to if an explosion did occur, they would give like 18 inches. These wires would hold the panel. They'd blow the panels off and allow the explosion to dissipate out, but keep the structure relatively intact if that were to happen. And so, yeah, I made some good money on that job. I was a union iron worker. Did that for like 6 months or something like that, 7 months. It was beautiful. A lot of work to be done. But I just love that whole idea when they started moving the different turbines in that moved the chemicals around the plant. I was like, man, I mean, just as big as your house. Pipes that are 36 foot diameter. This is massive. Massive tanks and chemicals moving, just incomprehensible amount of chemicals all over this thing. I never did know exactly what the primary purpose of the plant was going to be, other than it was going to serve power to like 500,000 residents and all kinds of different businesses in the area. And yeah, that was an interesting job. Yeah, I love that. Easy money. Putting the panels on themselves was fairly simple. It's you know once you get a team of guys that know that they get to know the operation of it, and everybody's working together. It's really fun. I mean, and they give you bonuses for putting X amount of panels up. Every panel you got extra. So everybody was working in unison and cranking them out, and it still ended up taking years. That was the first time I walked iron. The first job that I actually walked out on the iron. That was like 278 feet in the air. That was fun. Yeah, my very first walk. The very first work on the iron. It was. Yeah, they like to mess with you too. When they call it busting your cherry. I still have the picture somewhere around here. I still have the picture of when they send me out there, and I'm kind of tiptoeing out. Then they started throwing things at me. And I go, they're throwing things at me and stuff, and I'm like, man, I mean, I'm trying not to be, you can't show fear, right? So, because you want to make the team. And so he sent me out there to get some kind of grinder gear discs and stuff. So I go all the way out there and I get the discs, and I said, "Do you need this visor? The eye visor?" And he goes, "No." And I said, "You sure?" He said, "Yeah, I don't need the visor. Just bring me the disc." So I come back and I make my way like the 30 feet or so back. And as soon as I'm like wanting to get off that iron, I'm like wanting to go back on solid grading. And as soon as I throw my leg over the rail to come back on the grading, he goes, "Oh yeah, why don't you give me that visor?" I was like, so I had to go back out and do it again, to get the visor. And but after I did it, they were like, "Okay, you can be on the team." So yeah, yeah, that was beautiful. I always wanted to do it. I don't know why. I always wanted to try ironwork. I always liked the idea of walking around on the iron, creating buildings and stuff, putting all that erector set stuff together. I always wanted to do that. So it was a bucket list job. It was beautiful.
It's there's something amazing being up in the air.
It truly is beautiful. Yeah, it truly is beautiful. You're sitting there, like just. There's a lot of times where you're waiting for the crane to bring you another piece of iron or something like that. You can be hundreds of feet in the air, just kind of sitting there on the iron and just look around. You can get a look around and you're like, wow, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. I used to love it. I loved it. Some of those guys are like so good at walking that. I mean, they were just like monkeys. I mean, they just crawl around it like monkeys. And it was like they were on their own driveway. Just, it was amazing. Some of those guys were really talented. I came behind those guys. What was that, brother? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Did you get used to it, or did you experience a lot of fear all the time?
No, well, the funny thing is that the only time I would get scared, it was weird. It was like every day it was like a ritual I had to overcome when I'd come back from lunch or something. Like I would be in the morning, I'd get up there and I'd be bouncing around like nobody's business, and I wouldn't even occur to me, where I was or what I was doing, because you just get used to it, like you said. But then I'd come back from lunch and, I'd get out there, and for some reason there'd be like this little bit of vertigo that I would have to overcome for that, just for a few seconds. There's always that time after lunch. I have no idea why, but it would be like all of a sudden I realized where I was, like how high I was, and where I was at, and it would just like everything would kind of, you get that vertigo moment, and I would just have to just pay attention to what I'm doing, and not look at the scenery around. Just focus on what you're doing, and the vertigo would dissipate, and you just carry on.
I'm a painter. I'm a paint inspector, but I used to paint, and I used to be on planks. I used to walk on wooden planks up high, like a couple stories up, and I wouldn't be afraid. There would be a lot. I would always know where my feet were, though. There would always be like, I know where my feet are. But then at night, going to bed, in that moment where it's like, they call it falling asleep. And as I was
Yeah.
falling asleep, I would feel like I was falling off balance off the plank. And I'd
Yeah.
come to try to right myself, to get balanced again.
Yeah, like the lifts, what are they? The various different lifts that you use. You're in the basket, and the basket kind of waves back and forth like all day long. You're kind of like on this basket that just kind of waves around, and it was like I go home and I'd like lay in bed. Everything would kind of it's almost like you're on a boat on the ocean or something. And then, yeah, I'd get that too. Like when, just as you're falling asleep, it's like, yeah.
Worked on a fishing boat too, and the guys, when they like their first week out, when they come back and you take a shower after your day's done, everyone would, in the shower, because you're like in this enclosed place, it would feel like you're being rocked around. Something about having a visual like level, like a sight of the horizon or something.
Mm. Yeah. I don't know whether or not you're talking, Brandon. But it's I'm sorry if I'm not reacting correctly. It's fading in and out. I just want you to know that I'm glad that you're here, and I can make out enough of what you're saying, but sometimes you fade out so long I don't know if you're what you're saying. So I'm not trying to be rude in any way. I'm loving the audio as it is, and just grateful that you're here. Just wanted to let you know that sometimes I'm not hearing everything you're saying. Oh no. I'm actually grateful that you took your lunch with us, man. And are you taking your lunch with us? I'm glad that you're here. It'd be nice to be able to hear everything you're saying, but I'm just grateful that you
For a
showed
while,
up.
and just imagine that it will come back at some point.
There it is. It just came. But yeah, right. Yeah, just keep it out. Just faded right back in.
I'm eating your minds for lunch instead of food today, so
Hmm.
I'm gonna have to go back and measure some more paint. I don't know if you could hear me or not.
I can hear that. Yeah, man. Well, man, I'm so grateful that you came today. I mean, that you showed up and that you're here. I love what you're saying. I'm grateful I met you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel the same. Really, really, really enjoy you, and you're. It's just
Right back at you, Brandon. I really enjoy you, man. I'm really grateful. I'm glad I met you, man. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't hear anything at all.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
How are you doing? Bulgy?
Bulgy.
Bulgy.
Yeah. Or Sarah, whatever you prefer.
Thank you so much for being here. How are you?
Yeah, really good. No, I've been watching some of the recordings, and it's been really entertaining to watch. Some of them are quite chilled discussions, especially kind of when you and Walter maybe are going back and forth.
Yeah.
And then I watched one the other day that had Jesse and Paul come in. It got quite feisty, so that was good fun.
I love I love I love those two.
Yeah.
They are yes, the comfort or the debate of experience and the actuality of it. Yeah. they dearly hold on to the belief that that they are experiencing something, and this is actual. I love them. I love them very much.
So what's going on today?
Well, so far, uh, we've had there's actually been a couple of moments, really nice moments. Brandon just left. I couldn't
Yeah.
hear 1 in 10 words in what he was saying, but I love Brandon's a great guy. He's got just a huge heart, and he's a very nice guy to have around. Um, we have one person. We have Rajiv still listen. He likes to listen, and Walter was here, and yeah, we're just talking about anything that comes up.
And are you enjoying the process? Because this is
Oh,
kind
I
of
love it.
pretty new, isn't it?
Yes. It's so funny you mentioned the links that I posted, and so like in the beginning, particularly, it was jarring to see myself in the in the process of having these discussions, and I didn't come off nearly as I thought I would, and it's I love that the process it continues, and some are better than others, and I like that. Yeah, at first I thought maybe I shouldn't post this. This is horrible. And my friends all convinced me, no, you gotta post them as they are from the get go, and just allow them to be as they are. And
But
so
I think that's right. I think the rawness of them is what I enjoy. And in the meetings that I've watched, even though I'm not there physically, I feel as if I am there because it is all uncut and unedited.
well, thank you so much. I really am grateful. That really makes me feel good, because yeah, it's one of those things where I on the one hand, yes, they are raw, and on the other hand, it's that it's throwing it out as on as they are, honestly, and just allowing them to be as they are. So any kind of positive feedback on that is definitely well received. I'm grateful for you.
Yeah, I much prefer that sort of thing. It's a bit like when you get bands and they bring out their first album and it's really rough and raw, and they might have recorded it in their bedroom, but it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And then they get famous and they get loads of money thrown at them and they make another album and it's shit. It's too polished.
Yeah. Yeah. In that respect, like Jack White still plays with that. I think he got a guitar for $15 when he
Yeah.
was a kid, and he played it through this configuration of an amplifier and got that specific sound. And that's how he recorded his first album. He says, I've never been able to duplicate that sound with any other kind of equipment. So he still uses it in many, in many of his songs. And I think that's brilliant.
Perfect.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. You got a beautiful smile.
Oh, thank you. You've got a great laugh. It's funny because we've been interacting on Facebook for a while. And then when I first saw you on a video speaking, because you never know what somebody's going to sound like or look like, really. And I loved your voice, then you laugh, you giggle so much. It's great. I love how you don't take any of this stuff so seriously.
No, it really is a playground. It really truly is. Yeah, it seems that way for me. I think there's a weird kind of like the story of, I hate to say it, but it's the story of the awakening moment or whatever. I was so young. I was a kid. I was 8 years old. I think I'm still that kid in many respects. In many respects,
we all are, aren't we?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we are and we're not, aren't we? You can kind of look back and picture yourself in those moments, as a child or whatever. And in some ways, it's like looking at somebody else's life.
Yeah.
But in other ways, not that we ever remember anything particularly accurately, but
yeah, but it's true though, isn't it? It's yeah, it once you lose that need to be accurate, it's beautiful in its own right, as you're, as you remember the story, you remember your childhood, whatever you're thinking about. I think there's a certain amount of childhood innocence involved with accepting the moment as it is. Yeah.
But I think that's one of the great things about whenever I watch kids, especially young children, ones that haven't maybe even learnt language or anything yet. They look at things like really simple things like, they might just be sat on a bus and they'll see a bar and they'll just point at it and they look at everything in awe because they don't have the language, don't have the words for anything, they don't know what anything is. So it's all just one big happening and they usually got a big grin on their face and they're just, looking from one thing to another. And it's just, we lose that, don't we?
Yeah. I heard a guy, a fella yesterday, he said, I was watching my daughter looking out the car window for 15 minutes. She was just looking out the car window, just looking at it, just smiling and just looking at everything. And he asked, after, 15 minutes or so, what are you looking at? And she's nothing. What are you thinking about? Candy. It's just amazing.
Well, we can all relate to that.
Oh yeah. What? my first question.
So sorry to interrupt.
No, please go ahead.
Sure. I was just going to say, you said that this kind of started, or this story, from when you were 8 or whatever. Do you think that's why you speak so confidently and passionately about all this sort of stuff? Because we've had a few back and forths and I've seen lots with other people on Facebook and stuff with you talking about this, and you seem very sure, very definite about what it's all about, and you articulate your points very well, and you fire things off, lots of words, and sometimes I can follow it and sometimes I get a bit lost. But where does that confidence come from, that you really know kind of this stuff?
The beauty of what I appear to be alluding to, the language is definitely going to be loose you know.
Yeah.
In that where my initial premise is that there is no foundation for any particular thing. There's no foundation for any object, including the self, or in particular the self, starting with the self. There is no objective point in which you can say, this is who I am and this is what I am. I exist here and now in this time and place. Cannot be verified under any circumstance. So, and I have looked,
Mm.
I've looked and looked and looked, and the more I look, the more I realize that there is no answer for this. There's no answer to the self. Who am I? What am I? Where am I? What is existence? What is life? All of these questions have no answer. And so the beauty of it is, though, that the more you look, the more subtle nuance of the lack of answer is presented. So it's not a concept, it's not a subject or object, something that I am trying to sell, or something that I am trying to convince somebody of. There is there literally is the state of the affair that appears to be this existence that you cannot know. You being subjective, or not even subjective, there's no you there, in that there's no source for what appears to be your sensation or your thought, your feeling. Although
I can't hear you.
can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can now. You're back.
Sorry about that. So there so there appears to be this an individual that is existing in time and space, though there is no verification for that appearance, in that because you are not the object of the source of your thought, you are not your physical brain, you being the self. There is the mind telling a story about a source to the self, but there's no beginning point in which to say that that is true or false. It appears to be that there is this organism carried around by a body that
Mm.
creates this sensation of existence, a sensation of self-observing other. But none of that can be objectively verified. There can be no absolute knowledge of this, because the source of your thought, the self, is not the source of the thought. So it's almost as if the self is a third person in a wheelhouse of a story.
Mm.
And so no matter what, no matter what story you're telling, no matter what you want to believe as an individual, you can't, there's no verification for it. So for me, I guess the confidence, or what appears to be confidence, or what appears to be my demeanor in this regard, it has to do with the knowledge that, or the paradoxical knowledge or lack of knowledge in any regard. There's no actual truth or false or right or wrong or good or bad or beginning or end or path in which you can say, I am here now going through this cycle of events. And that is, the search for self, the birth, the life, and the death of the individual. So all of that being the story, my initial, question to anyone that is laying a claim to any actual truth or actual objective reality or realism, materialism, I would say, okay, how do you verify that in an objective sense? I mean, how can you be sure? Why do you think that's real?
Mm.
And nobody can answer that question. It's unanswerable. So within that context, there's really no there's no need for me to worry. It's not like I have a position in which to defend or to project. That's the lack of a position in any objective reality. And so we're just, all telling stories to each other.
And what would you say? Because I agree, there's no self, there's no doer, and all that sort of stuff. But you were saying when you look for it, you can't find it. Who is it that's looking then?
Well,
It's this kind of paradox that drives me kind of crazy.
yes. Well, that's the beauty of it. The character in the story of me, the kid that had that experience of a lack of subject and object, a lack of time and space. I immediately, within that character experience, realized that this is not real as it appears. It seems like I'm an individual observing objects in time and space, but it's not what's happening. And I went about trying to figure out, how is that not happening? I mean, how can I explain this? Because to tell somebody that this isn't real is one thing, but to tell somebody that you don't exist is entirely a different thing for the parent individual to understand or to accept. So I just went about trying to explain how it could not be as it appears, and what I realized as looking through, I looked through like theoretical physics and spirituality. I knew immediately it wasn't a deity, and so it's not a god. There's no object. There's no word for it. So so I tried to go about showing how that could be, and the more I looked, the more the paradox of it is that it's not that it shows you any particular way. What it shows you is that there is no way. There is no way to know anything. And so from that understanding or lack of understanding or lack of knowledge or lack of any kind of objective realism, everything becomes a game. And everything becomes a story about an individual in time and space. But so it's almost it is real in that it appears as such, but it is not real in that it's not as it appears. So it's not a mechanism or a cycle. It's not a succession of events in time and space. It just merely appears that way. And so there's no individual relative to any object, and that knowledge of what appears to be this testable, mathematics, the same physics or mathematics, rockets to the moon and that kind of thing. The agreed upon reality in which that story exists. Yes, there are numbers that make sense, and there are there's different testable things that you can do in order to make a rocket go to the moon, and that appears to be real. But you cannot, or the story is based in that agreement of a reality between the apparent individuals within that conversation. So though it does appear to be testably real, that the standard model of physics is X, Y, and Z, the quantum physics is X, Y, and Z, and these things somehow work together to create what appears to be our reality. Yes, that does appear to be a mechanism happening, although it cannot be initially verified to have had a cause, as everything appears to be an effect for that initial cause or that initial happening. So the source for your thought, or the source of the beginning of what appears to be this existence, is absent. And so it's just as the source for an individual's thought is also absent. There's no beginning, there's no source, there's no middle, there's no end. So in that respect, barring that initial absolute understanding of a source, or any definition of such, what you have is a tetherless kind of agreement between, it's almost like clouds tethered together and floating in a sky,
Mm.
rather than being tethered to the ground as a balloon might be with a string. It's more like two balloons tied together by the string floating. So you and I can have an agreement about what appears to be the two of us floating through the sky, tethered to our agreement to each other, but we don't have any objective reality tethered to any foundation saying that this is objectively true or real. It just appears to be. And so from that understanding of a lack of foundation or a lack of tether to any objective truth, you can say that no matter what anybody says, no matter how anybody wants to produce their understanding of this, it's essentially a story that is being told.
Yeah.
As long as I like to make that clear, in that I don't know specifically anything at all, and that this here and now is the totality of what is, and meanwhile what is not is as it appears. So it is just an unexplainable, beautiful tapestry of wonder in that respect, that there's no real explanation for it. As long as I know that the people I'm talking to understand that, or the appearance of others understand that, then we can tell each other stories until forever. And there's
And when you, sorry, when you say, I've seen you talk about this before, but you say that thoughts are sourceless, so you don't believe that thoughts come from a physical brain.
no. Well, you can't know that. Nobody can. It seems obvious that they are. It seems obvious that there is a physical brain in time and space and that mechanism begins a thought. But because, and this is the beautiful part of physics and relativity, is that within that appearance of separation, there are rules. And two of the main rules is you cannot know an object objectively unless you are that object. Okay. So you are not, as the self, the manifestation of your brain in an actual sense, because you are not the physical organ of the brain. The self is a manifestation of the mind, coming from that story of a brain, but that brain cannot be objectively verified. You can only tell a story about it. You can only, as a self, believe that mechanism of mind comes from a source, and that is backed up with sensation, and that's what makes the illusion so persistent. That sensation of sight and sound and smell and touch. Touch the stove and you burn, that kind of thing. But all of that is predicated on the belief that the mind is actually telling the truth about a brain, a physical object in time and space that's carried around by a body and exists in a dimension. Now, as readily, as I said, obvious as it appears to the individual, that they are an individual. I am on Earth. I was born. I'm living. I'm going to die. All of these things are the story of an individual in time and space, and will forever be that, as long as you cannot know the source of your thought. And as it appears, it may seem like not such a big deal. It's almost certain. The individual will say it's almost certain that you are the culmination of that physical mechanism that begins with the source of your thought being your mind, your brain, culminating in mind and consciousness. But the reason why there is this, eternal, as it seems, eternal search for self, is because even in the story of separation, in the story of humanity, from the very first human to the very last, no one will ever know objectively that is actually happening, that is the mechanism in an accurate sense of what appears to be the individual in a dimension, an individual in time and space. And so, because it's not just you, but it is the nature of consciousness itself, the nature of the entire story is built on that assumption, or built on that belief of the self that the mind is telling about a brain. And so there's this secular way of the story just goes round and round and round. Brain, mind, thought, self.
Mm.
But none of it can ever be verified. And so within that story of this search for who am I, what am I, is that eternal lack of understanding, or that eternal lack of ability to actually know that in a definitive sense. You cannot know it. No one can absolutely know that to be true. And so no matter how, obvious it may appear, you can't know it for sure. And so the whole thing becomes completely foundationless. It's tetherless to any kind of absolute, and therefore any kind of knowledge, and everything that appears to be existence is ultimately a story about an individual in time and space. And though the sensation may appear real, it is not real as it appears. And so that's kind of what they say by the messageless message, or the pointless point. It doesn't really do the individual any good to know that what they are experiencing is not necessarily actual, it's not real. But it appears to be real enough in that I feel sensation, I can see, I burn and it hurts, that kind of thing. I feel pleasure, I want something for the future. But all of that is predicated on the assumption that this is actually a succession of events happening in time and space. And none of that is verified.
And
None of it can be.
the explanation that you're giving to me, that you're articulating very well, does that not come from your brain, or that just comes from
No, see,
nowhere?
that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. See, this is the amazing part of it, is that thought itself culminates like objects do, like the self. That it seems like I am aware of things around me. It seems like I am an individual that is processing information. And the beauty of it is that once you lose that, and again, paradoxically, once the self understands that it has no tether in a story of absolute, there is no absolute knowledge, and everything is an assumption to a belief within the story of a character that actually could make a choice. The reality is that thought just kind of cascades around the immediate experience, much like an object might appear. So you as an individual appear to be observing another object. Okay. But and that through your thought and sensation makes it seem like I am consciously aware of something else other than myself. But once you realize that the self is not objectively real in its own, and that mechanism of thought is not coming from a source, not coming from the individual, the thought as the object, including the self and the object that appears to be observed, just appears blooming out of nothing and nowhere. So you lose that tether to the mechanism, and thought like individual separate objects, including the self, and becomes all just one kind of beautiful tapestry of what it just comes out of nothing and goes to nowhere in particular. And
so I was just going to say, I've not heard on, I've not listened to every single recording that you've put out. I've listened to a few. I don't know if the subject of death has ever come up, but I was just going to ask, what do you think happens when the physical body dies?
Well, see, that's the beauty of it. In the short, I'll just say I don't know. I can't know, but I don't think I'm really alive.
Because you haven't done it.
Yeah. The short answer is I don't know. But the funny thing about it is that we are here alive as individuals in time and space is the story.
Yeah.
That's the story that cannot be validated. So we don't even know what life is. Right? I mean, we can't, we can agree that we appear to be sharing this moment of separation within time and space. We appear to be two individuals that are communicating information, having a Q&A. having a discussion, a beautiful one at that. But we can't know that to be actual as it
Mm.
appears. It appears as in, but even that becomes something of a misnomer, because once you don't have that tether to any kind of belief or assumption of a self that is thinking, there is no consciousness. There is no conscious individual. Right? Consciousness itself is the illusion that you are an individual observing something else other than yourself. And the beauty of that is the immediate experience seems to be that of consciousness. Everything is sensation because I'm
Mm.
looking at objects. So that understanding is paradoxical in that without that idea of self. Hey, how you doing? Hello, welcome. Welcome. So as I let's go back here. Hang on one second. So as I was saying, the paradoxical lack of understanding of that, the lack of that story being having any basis in an objective reality. All right, let me see if they're still here. Did they leave? Whoops. Okay. Well, so once that story loses that tether, okay, once
Mm.
that, you know, that verification is understood to not exist, then it's even paradoxical to say, you know, what appears, you know, to be our shared reality, because there literally is no one here thinking. There is no,
Mm.
you know, so there's no way to actually to say that I know something, or I am actually thinking this, or my mind is coming up with this. What appears to be happening is this story culminating as an individual thinking, though there is no individual thinking. And once that understanding is or once that obstacle, shall I say, is uh you know, hopped over, you can actually, you know, there literally becomes no words uh to explain it, because I can't know what you appear to be thinking, what you appear
Mm.
to be experiencing, right? My idea of experience no longer includes this idea of me thinking. Okay, so we can share this, you know, appearance of a reality, but not in any kind of absolute sense, because you know it's just impossible to do. And what comes what I see is the story of the two of us
Yeah.
existing in without any kind of uh, uh, describable life, like um, in
But
order.
you talked. So you talked on one of the previous recordings about when you were going through quite a rough time in your life, and you briefly considered just ending it, and then you didn't.
Yeah.
So in that respect, obviously you've thought about death.
Yes. Well, yes. The like ending the story. Yes. At one point, it was brutal. Yeah, I remember that time. It
Mm.
was very dark, very dark. And I thought about ending it all. And it's very easy to do. You know, I mean, I have the tools in which to do that. You know, so and it actually and it just occurred to me
Mm.
that there must be somebody, appearance or not, that is worse off than I am. You know, there must be somebody that hurts more than me. I must be able to help somebody. I mean, I'm going to be dead soon enough, anyways. Within that story, the appearance of Howard in this existence will end at, you know, as it
But
appears.
what did you think would be on the other side of that if you hadn't done that, or did you have any thought? I know we don't know, but
Yeah, I don't know.
what are your thoughts?
You know what? This is one thing, and I'm so tentative to say this, but the reality is this is how I feel. You know, I mean, paradoxically speaking, there's nothing to worry about at all. Nothing.
Mm.
It literally is beautiful. It's beyond beauty, and that's a story. It's just me telling a story about
Mm.
an experience that I've had, but it is beyond
Okay.
beauty. Yeah, there is no. I mean, there really is no way to say it. It's beautiful. It's
Okay.
beyond beauty, and
Yeah.
that I know is my story, and
Mm.
I'm not claiming that that is truth, but as any one appearance to another, we have nothing to worry about at all.
Okay.
There's literally none of that even exists. The funny thing about it is people will say that it's I mean, you can say whatever you want about what I just said, but the funniest thing about it is people say that it's a bad, like a negative thing, like uh, being just an appearance and nothing having any meaning, purpose, or reason,
Mm.
right? There's no cause or effect or any of that kind of stuff. So anything that you think, is, uh, you know, your life has some kind of value in that respect. In lieu of that, losing that, people say that that's a negative thing. How can you go through life and not think that anything means anything? It doesn't have a purpose. But the reality of it is just it's so far beyond that
Yeah.
understanding. It's in that there's nothing real in the first place. This is not actual. So the appearance of us as separate individuals is not actual. It's not even happening in that
Mm.
strictest sense. It's not a happening. So it goes so far, it's just the understanding of separation in a relative sense is completely without any value. It does not matter. It doesn't mean anything. So the amazing aspect of it, the amazing, beautiful, just beyond uh, words is that lack of separation, is that lack of relativity, that lack of the lack of a of 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 a tether to that source of or the story of a source of a cause and an effect.
Mm.
There's not even truly matter or motion. I mean, it doesn't. Nothing's actually moving. It's so incomprehensibly beautiful that it's impossible. The community words don't exist.
Mm.
There are no words for it because words involve separation. Words involve um, 2 points in time and space, um, communicating information. Yet everything that I think is knowledge or information is just literally appearing out of nowhere and nothing, like every other object. So
Mm.
I'm not really saying anything, and you're not really hearing it. We're just simply the story of listening and listening and hearing. And so, and yet there's nothing beyond this. And yet this is the totality. But even the notion of totality is inaccurate. It is the totality, but the totality, it doesn't mean anything to say total, because there's nothing that could be its negation. It's just impossible to speak of. But at the same
The,
time,
the, the whole thing though, about it being it's defensive whether they're positive, isn't it? It's a bit like when somebody says, you can say, I don't give a shit. And you can say in quite an aggressive way, I don't give a shit. Or you can say it with a smile on your face, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's the same words,
Yeah.
but it means different things to different people. So it can
Yeah.
be a good thing or a positive feeling to one person and a hopeless or a negative thing to somebody else.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. 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 It really, literally, to define a word, I mean, it's just to define meaning,
Mm.
it's impossible. Can you imagine my life? Like, imagine, what I'm seeing now. Imagine
Yeah.
who I am and what appears to be my reality. Imagine my memories. It's impossible for me to imagine your life, all of your memories, everything that you desire or, fear. It's impossible for me to understand that. I can only, anticipate. I can only kind of guess, where you're coming from. And
Yeah.
the same with, and that goes for everything and everyone. And
Yeah.
it's so beautiful in that way, because we could not explain this moment in a million years. We can't. It's impossible. So this moment outside of time and space is infinite in that respect. If you were to try to explain it within the world of separation, it's impossible. You can't do it. So it's the same with, what is beyond this. Nothing. But at the same time, this isn't really a thing, so it's just so impossible to talk about, and at the same time it's so beautiful to touch on.
But at least you make it interesting when you talk about it. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a non-dualist, and when I've listened or watched non-dual speakers, I find them quite dull and boring. Because it is just like there is nothing, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing. Yeah, okay, I kind of get that, but jazz it up a bit.
I mean, literally. I mean, for the longest time, I wouldn't even go to like meetings, or I wouldn't even talk. I never talked to anybody about it. I've never been like involved with a group of non-dualists, which is the most paradoxical thing ever. A group of non-dualists. It's so bizarre to even say. So, I would never do that. But finally I did. I decided I'm going to go and see what these people are saying. And wait a minute, what? I was like, what do you mean? And I would ask very simple questions, and it's just this. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. But can you expand on that? And they would give me, ridiculous answers that didn't, were completely unsatisfactory. And whether or not that means anything is irrelevant. So I just decided to do it on my own, because I would say, but wait, that doesn't make any sense, because what you're saying is, it's completely contradictory. Touching on different. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Rajiv. But yeah, so I literally at one point I kept getting laughed out of these rooms, It literally would be like people would just scoff at me and laugh. At first I was very tentative and I was very shy.
Yeah.
And I didn't, because I thought, a speaker is gonna know, I mean, I'm gonna talk to this person, they're gonna have some answers, or at least be able to expand on some of these things that I'm thinking about. But that was not the case. I was actually, surprised at how, it's like, you mean just, so I get to sit here and listen to you for an hour say it's just this. Come on. This is very unnecessary. So I decided, and I'm not judging any particular speaker at all. I'm kind of, it's funny.
Well, yeah, for some people they might enjoy that. That might float their boat, but it doesn't do anything for me.
Well, and that's the funny thing too, as I get a lot of people, or at least people would, kind of jump on me when I would push, I would say, well, wait a minute, X, Y, and Z, and people would say, nah, kind of like try to stomp on what I was saying, and but I'm just, it was just funny. It was like almost as if the people that were there listening to the person, they were protecting him or her and saying, it's just this, and they would chime in, it's just this, don't ask, you're thinking too much. I'm like, well, I don't think, I mean, that's the point. I'm not thinking. And I want to know how you come to this conclusion from that aspect. Like, I asked this one guy of time and space, he says, he was talking as if like he existed on this planet, of Earth. And I said, so you exist as an individual with an identity on Earth? And he says, well, that's a stupid question, and I said, well, is it? I said,
Mhm.
so time and space exists. And he says, no, time and space does not exist. I said, so, but you're a human being on Earth, but time and space doesn't exist. How does that work? And he was like, it's just this, Howard. It's just this. I'm like, well, that's not, that's not good enough for me.
It's kind of just like it's almost like just reading off a script, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. And that really was kind of the deal breaker for me when it's like a question A goes to answer B, question
Yeah.
C goes to answer, and it's almost like this playbook. And
Well, I thought that was great. Actually, you did the interview with, is it Richard Lang, the Headless
yes,
Way guy? Because I'd listened to the audiobook of the Headless Way, the Douglas Harding book, because it's narrated by Richard, and I enjoyed it, and I got, it's useful, and like you were saying to him, it's a technique basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But I found that quite interesting that when you were kind of trying to look at it from different angles and ask certain questions, it kind of kept bringing it back to, no, this is my message. This is what the Headless Way is. I'm going to keep it. It's almost like talking to a politician when you ask them
I
a
had
question
to
and
be
they
fair.
don't answer it. They don't answer the
You
question.
don't
They
even
just,
know I was tiptoeing big time.
yeah, you handled it really well. But you did keep trying to like poke and prod.
At one point where he said like, who are you and why do you want to interview me? And I was like, I realized he doesn't want to be pressed at all. And that
Yeah.
was actually my introduction to the difference between a conversation and an interview. It's very difficult to interview people. It's not easy at all. It's very difficult because it has nothing to do with your, what it has to do with what they want to say and what they want to promote.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to help them do that. And that's a very big difference, than to be asking questions. Yeah, I had to tiptoe a lot on that one. I'm so glad you looked at. I'm so glad you saw that. That was my introduction to interviews. I was like, I can't believe I got him to do it. But I thought we would just talk about the ins and outs of what he was saying. But what I think that was the first time I realized that people don't necessarily want to be questioned in that regard. You know what I mean? They want to promote their own stuff. And I think Richard Lang is beautiful. I love his, the whole thing, the method, but it has nothing to do with what can be known or what is objectively real or true or any of those big questions. It has to do with being able to navigate your time and space as it appears, and it's about being comfortable. And the thing for me is comfort to me is actual, like what is actually happening, what is real and what is not. That's what makes me happy. And that's why I looked and I searched to try to find out what can be known. And the thing is that nothing can be known. And no matter how you go about it. And the thing, people will say, like, you think too much. And in that respect, that's already an assumption that somebody's thinking, that there is somebody doing something. I'm not thinking too much. I'm not looking for an answer. I'm showing examples of how I've looked and seen that the further you look into anything regarding knowledge, it just gives you more subtle nuances about what cannot be known. It never gives you an answer in an absolute sense. And it can't. And that's the beauty of it. It's not just you can't know. It's not that I can't know who I am. It's that no one in the appearance of time and space could ever know. And then you start.
I think one of the beauties of it is actually unlearning everything. You spend a portion of your life story learning stuff. Most of it you'll never use.
Yeah.
But then when you kind of start looking at this sort of stuff, it's about dropping everything you ever thought that you knew about anything. I mean, I was brought up as a Catholic. I mean, I dropped that very easily and very quickly. But you have all this conditioning and stuff that you think is true and you believe, and your life revolves around a lot of this stuff. And then when you start to see through it and letting all of that stuff go, it's not about learning more. It's about letting more stuff go.
Right.
Apart from anything else, if you don't let everything go, you can't learn anything else because there's no room for it. It's like the overflowing cup,
Right.
isn't it?
Yes. Yes. It's much like a materialist will or a realist would say, you know, you say what is real, and they'll take a pen and they'll drop the
Mm,
pen. Okay,
mm,
that's real. And it's like, yes, it appears to be, but not necessarily. Now, you can take what appears to be the sensation of a hand burning itself on a stove and make
mm,
that into the story of actuality. That is real enough. It is real enough that if I were to do that, that would actually occur to hurt. It would appear to hurt, and that's real enough. But that's not actually what's happening, is it?
mm,
And then you can go into that understanding or that lack of understanding, and from there get into the dynamics of truly what appears to be existence from its actual you know in its realest sense. You know, it is real and not real. It is both happening simultaneously, and that it appears that yes, you would hurt if you had your hand on a stove, um, but it is not actually appearing in that way, or it's not
mm.
actually occurring in that appearance. So, you know, do you actually feel comfortable just, you know, that it seems real enough and that's good enough? And yes, okay, as far as an individual looking both ways before they cross the street, you know, yes, that is real enough within this context of scale and actuality, or appearance of actuality. But what is actually or really happening in the essence of beyond the observer and the observed, um, what makes that actually occur or appear to occur has nothing to do with individuals in time and space. You know,
Mm,
what, you know, paradoxically, does that matter to the individual? No. I mean,
mm,
as far as my birth, my life and my death, you know, it's absolutely meaningless
mm,
to that scale of existence. But what I'm interested in is what that shift was from that perspective of an observer and the observed. Why that quote unquote, you know, perception of time and space dissipate in the subject object aspect of that thing that happened at that moment when I was a kid. I can't, you know, that is what I'm interested in. What is that? And how is that? And the more I look, the more I realize is that you can't talk about it. I mean,
mm,
it's unexplainable. Yet there seems to be this permeation of this constant part of this moment, in that there's always that segment of understanding that has to do with what is beyond understanding,
mm,
right here, right now. There seems to be an explanation or for a source, lacking the source. There's never the actual cause. There's never the actual source. There's a story about a source always, but
yeah.
never the actual source. So there's always within that immediate experience, here's all these stories about gods and deities and
Mm.
physics and beyond physics and all these other kind of things
But I
that
suppose
can.
it presents the individual with an explanation that they can kind of grasp hold of then and say, oh, that's what it is. I can forget about that now. It's God, it's the Bible, it's whatever. Not criticizing that, but as long as it's X, Y, and Z, I can tick that box and I can go back and watch TV now and just forget about it.
Right. Well, and that's exactly true. And that's it. It's this acknowledgement that or even some people know that it's just a story, and some people don't. They
Mm,
actually believe these things. Um, but even that is, I mean, does a true believer actually believe it, or do they
mm.
decide to, you know, stay within that understanding of belief? But like, for example,
Sometimes it's fear, I think. I mean, my parents were strict Catholics, and my mother had been brought up in an orphanage and really badly treated by nuns, physically abused, and I mean, she was terrified. She literally had the fear of God put in her. And she, I mean, she was brought us all up Catholic, and she was in fear of God and scared not to believe in all that in case something bad happened, in case, you know, when I was a child, we were told if we didn't go to church every week, we'd go to hell. And they're saying that to children. And you believe it as a child, you're terrified. So I
They
think a
get you
lot
when
of,
you're young.
yeah, exactly.
It's terrifying. There's no, I mean, to have a being that has that kind of control over you and like knows everything you think, you know, and everything you, and as a child, you're like, so particularly the Old Testament or even the New Testament, you know, with Jesus and all that, he's the one that brought hell, you know, I mean, for all of his peaceful brotherhood hippie type stuff, he's the one that brought hell with him. I mean, if you don't believe in Jesus, you burn in hell for eternity. That's not too friendly to me. So, you know what I mean? I mean, that's not love unconditional. You know, that is in no way unconditional love. That's predicated on the condition that you love me. And then to present no evidence of it, you know, nothing tangible. To even question it is all of a sudden this thing where God knows you before he even creates you. And so and so as he creates you, he knows that you're going to burn in hell forever. And say,
but these are just
you know, how
books
does
that
that
are
make
written,
sense?
but these were books that were written by people hundreds or thousands of years after these supposed events took place. To create an environment which would make people behave in certain ways, I think. You know, because God didn't write the Bible, if there was a God. You know, Jesus didn't write it.
Well, yeah, yes, and just the entire story is sadomasochistic. It's so brutal because it's the story itself is God never. It's not about righteousness so much as it is I am God and you will love me, and no matter what, you know, oh God, why did my pet die? You know, why did my goldfish die? Why, you know, why did I, you know, lose my finger in an accident? Whatever it is, and to question that, you know, why did my little brother die? Whatever, to question that is, you know, is to question God's righteousness. And it's like, so there's no real right or wrong. There's just God loves you or he doesn't, and you will burn in hell or not. Simply on this, it's literally terrifying for the child. You know, I know when I read the Bible, I was like, this is a monster. It's like a monster. This guy is terrifying.
Biggest horror movie ever.
I'm serious. I mean, it is the ultimate monster. You know, you just to have that kind of power over, you know, and to have that kind of power, to be commanded to love, you know, beyond your capacity. You know, you know,
well, it's not unconditional, is it?
Yeah, you know, you're created
It's
a
coming
certain
with
way.
lots of conditions.
Yeah, and the whole thing is just, it just absolutely, you know, I think if anything, detrimental to peace or any kind of, you know, it's the willing servitude, the servile nature of believing such a story, to be absolutely, you know, and to look at your friend or to look at individuals that don't believe what you believe, and to say that you are going to burn in hell because you don't believe this thing. And then as the individual is saying that, if they have a doubt, they are immediately, you know, submissive to this understanding that, no, that's the devil trying to carry me away from this, you know, this union with this God that will burn me for eternity if I don't, you know, just blindly believe faithfully. And, you know, the whole the whole notion of faith, belief, and knowledge, it's just, you know, what you can know, what you can have faith in, and what you actually believe, you know, has nothing really to do with actuality. It just has to do with that fear of being, you know, and it's, that's definitely part of the human condition, isn't it? You know, that
Yeah,
fear.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that fear of death as well. And I think that's part of the religious thing, isn't it? What, I'm scared about dying. And when I die, am I going to go to heaven? Am I going to go to hell?
Mhm.
All that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Much the loss of identity initially is terrifying. I mean, for me, it does very much feel like you are disappearing. Your identity has dissipated, and
Mm,
it
mm,
goes. It just obliterates any kind of notion of self. And when that happens, I call it the slip. Um, paradoxically, I have to use loose language here to describe,
yeah.
and maybe you know a little bit about what I'm talking about. Maybe you know all about what I'm saying is that the belief that anything is real in the first place, that you are an individual that exists in time and space, when that dissipates, when that moment of shift in perspective comes, and the lack of a relative position to be actual too, I am here, the object is there, that is gone. So there's no place, there's no dimension or time or space. And in the ripping of that, the obliteration of that story, it's not only you, but everything that is gone, the entirety of the entire notion of dimension is
Mm,
literally obliterated. And so, but that is the terrifying aspect, the slip of it. You're almost slipping, it's almost like you're losing your sanity, you're losing your mind,
mm,
literal, in a very
mm,
literal sense. There's no longer a source for your mind and thought, and all of these mechanisms that seem to be the cause and effect of what appears, all of that being gone. um, it goes into, like, Lao Tzu would call it, darkness within darkness. I've heard, many,
mm,
people say it. And that's what it kind of is. It's no light or dark, there's no color or lines or anything like that. But that's after the initial slip. And what happens is the slip is this terrifying fear comes about of, like, I am being dissipated, and you
mm,
snap back, you grab a hold of anything that you can. And so you'll snap back, and so it's a slip and a snap back. But it ultimately, what happens is, for me, at least in my story, that starts to lose its strength. And so much the rubber band starts to lose its tension. It's not so much that you're slipping
mm,
and snapping back, as the story of identity itself, and the self and other and dimension and all of that just appears as a story. It just there's no longer, excuse me, there's no longer um, there's no longer a need to have a source. There's no
mm,
longer a need to have an explanation. There is no answer or question. And so what appears is just what's happening in what appears to be this
yeah.
moment. And so the memory of me as a child, or as you as a child,
Mm,
and the desires we have for the future is all just part of this here and
mm,
now. And it no longer requires, because it literally is beyond that understanding of self. And there the the lack of mechanism in that, like, there is no, like, the marionette analogy, and that
mm,
there are no strings for the marionette. It's one
yeah.
thing to think in terms of something is making this happen,
Mm,
but a whole nother thing to realize that nothing is actually causing
mm,
this, and it's
mm,
not really an event happening in the strictest sense. And once you lose that need of a tether, or that, or you realize that it's not about cause and effect, or time and space, or matter and motion, and there is no answer or question within that strict sense. um, you could literally relax, because
mm,
there it's not you thinking. This is not a you navigating time and space. It is the story of such. And so you lose any responsibility for the question or the answer. It's paradoxical and mysterious in that
Mm.
way, but it is what is. It just appears to be happening now, and it's beyond words. It's beautiful.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Listen, Howard, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you, but I've got to go.
Miss Bold G, right?
Oh,
Bold
it's
G.
Sarah. Just call me Sarah.
Sarah. Okay. Sarah, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It's been lovely talking to you.
I hope I see you again really soon.
Yeah, you will.
Thanks.
You take care.
You too
See you
now.
soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey. Thanks, Rajiv. I appreciate you being here, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed your session very much.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I still got another half hour to go. I just gotta stick it through to the end because I say I'm gonna be open from 11 to 3. So I gotta do it regardless. But I understand if you want to take off, I get it. But I'll tell you what, Rajiv, really, honestly, I appreciate you. I love that that you're here every Monday or most Mondays, and I'm grateful for you, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I enjoy your talks very much.
I do
You
too.
you throw in a lot of nuanced stuffs in between, and a lot of new perspectives on non-duality.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you. It really does mean a lot. Thanks. I'm grateful.
We need someone like you in non-duality circles, because most of the speakers are only speaking from a particular standpoint and not taking into account other standpoints also. And you merge all standpoints and speak.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. And, you know, I just hope that I just hope I could see you again real soon. I hope I see you next Monday, if not sooner. And I honestly, uh, your kind words, I really, it's beyond anything I could hope for. I mean, honestly, it's beautiful, and I'm grateful beyond my ability to articulate. It really means, you know, everything. It is everything. It's beautiful, absolutely amazing, and I am forever grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, you told something in between that you you have been on the bed in 6 years. So uh, have you got any physical problem?
My physical problems.
Yes,
Um, what was the question now?
you said that you have been on your bed for 6 years, something like
Yes.
that. So uh, I didn't understand that one.
Well, I'm bedridden, um, but when I had my shift when I was a kid, I saw that I would be here now. I saw that I would be handicapped. I had a surgery at the VA at the Veterans Hospital. An injury I had way when I was like 20 years old, 19 years old. I had an injury in a fire when I was in the Navy, and I didn't want to go to the surgery. I got a medical discharge, honorably discharged from the Navy, and I worked for as long as I could, and did as much as I could because I knew I had seen that there would be. And I know this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. It's the story. It's my story. It just is what it is. I had seen when in the shift that I would be crippled in a surgery, and paradoxically. And so I worked as long as I could until I had to have the surgery. I had to try because it was getting to a point where I couldn't function. So I ended up having the surgery and the guy crippled me. And so it's almost like confirmation that the irony being that, you know, I mean, I've been happy all my life anyways, because of, you know, for many reasons, but even so that I am crippled, I saw it. You know, I knew, I told my mother, I said, this is it. You know, I mean, yeah, I told her what I had seen. I'd never told her anything, you know. I said, I think this is it. You know, I'm not going to ever walk again, really. I mean, I can walk, but not very far. I can go to the bathroom and back, say, but it's very difficult. By the time I get back to bed, I'm in a lot of pain. It's to go 20 feet really hurts. And you know, she said, "You're crazy." That's all right, you know. And so I walked into the hospital and I haven't walked since. And I have to lay on my left side. So I'm looking at the same wall now for for 6 years now. I think it's
Yes,
been,
yes,
yeah. I
yes.
have to,
You said something like this in the conversation, so I asked so that you could give me something more about this. So thanks for that telling about it. That when you said that you have been looking at the wall for 6 years, then some questions were raised in my mind.
yeah, I had to lay on my left side. So you know, I can lay on my right side for like a couple of minutes every now and again. And I can lay on my back for maybe a minute, but most of the time I have to lay on my left side, and it faces a wall. So I'm looking at the same wall for like 6 years. But the funniest thing about it is that, you know, I knew it was going to happen paradoxically. So that is, you know, when somebody asks me, you know, what happens after we die or something like that, um, I will say what I feel, which is the same thing. Like in the same respect that I knew I would be handicapped in a surgery. I know that there's nothing to worry about, you know. So there really is not even nothing. It is beyond words, but there is nothing to worry. Nothing. So
It,
when I
it,
was talking to her, that's kind of what I was alluding to, and the reason why I can say that. And I'm not saying that it's true that there's nothing to worry about. I'm just saying if you're asking me, um, along the same lines, in that I saw that I would be here now. And that's the funniest thing too. Like I knew I would be talking to people around the world, but I didn't know at the time there was no internet or anything like. I didn't know how that would work, but I knew I would be here now talking to people from around the world. And that is, you know, and whether you or not that makes sense really doesn't matter. It's the truth of my story within that appearance. It's just is what is. And so, and along that same uh, affirmation from that story to this, when somebody asks me, you know, if, you know, what do you think about what happens after death? Along that same line, there is truly nothing to worry about. That's just the way it is. And I know it sounds ridiculous, and I'm not trying to claim anything. It's just, if you're asking, that's what I'm telling. Nothing to worry about at all, brother. Truly.
yes, in a sense, it will be more like going to sleep and not being able to wake up.
Yeah.
So, in a sense, it's a type of bliss only.
Yes. Yes. It's actually beyond anything, literally anything explainable. And there because it is not, there is no separation. There is literally no dimension or negation of dimension. And that is the most fascinating aspect, in that it literally is no thing. But the conversation or the subject of nothing and no thing are two separate subjects. And so that can be fun to try to play with words and try to talk about the subtle nuances of what can be known about, no thing and nothing. Um, and there is no knowledge in this regard. It's truly incomprehensibly beautiful. And, I'm in no way professing truth. What I'm saying is that there is no true or false. That nothing you can do or say or think or feel has any relevance whatsoever
Yeah.
to actuality.
Actually,
Actuality.
actually, I am a philosophy scholar. So in our second semesters, we were taught Rene Descartes. So you mentioned, I think, therefore I am.
Yes.
So I remembered my second semester classes.
Yes. This is the beauty of philosophy, in that I love all so many different types of philosophy. I took a little, I've read a lot about it, or I took a class here or there, but the beauty of it is that it all is a presumed source. It's just beautiful. They're all stories. None of it talks about
Yes, yes,
what actually is, and then so, and and because what actually is cannot be known in any way, sense, or form. And I just love it. And there's the, like, somebody saying, "Oh, that's philosophical," or "You're just being, you're just thinking too much," or anything like that. I love that kind of, that, because the counterintuitive nature of that claim is that you are saying that there is something real. You are saying that I am thinking, or that there is something to know. Meanwhile, what you're saying is I'm thinking too much and it's just this. Well, if it's just this, then I'm not thinking, right? There's nothing to know. So what's the problem with looking? What's the problem with studying and looking at different genres and getting into whatever you like, telling a story any way you wish, because that is what is. This is so, the beauty, when somebody says, "Oh, you're thinking too much," it's just this. It's like you're contradicting yourself. You're contradict
yes, yes,
contradictory contradicting yourself. So, and that's the another. It's just beautiful. To put a limit on anything is absolutely impossible. I love it so much. Yeah.
maybe it is indescribable, so we can play around with all sorts of uh, meanings and perspectives. So they also have got their own vibration and taste.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's beautiful in that respect, and that for me, telling these stories of seeing things before they happen, um, in that respect, is what is that? It's not based in any kind of reality. It's just is a bird chirping in a tree. It's just a certain call from a bird, and anybody that wants to say no, that cannot be, is simply a bird calling from a tree. And so we are birds chirping in trees in this respect. And there is no real or unreal. It just simply appears to be as not even
Yes, yes.
nothing. It's amazing.
And I see a lot of means overemphasis on the unreal part in in spiritual circles. But here, when I come into your meetings and I listen to Walter and you, then I am able to see the balance you give to both the aspects, the real aspect also and the unreal aspect also.
Thank you so much. I mean, and that's exactly kind of what, that's exactly kind of the balance I was looking for. The balance between, it's not physical, it's not material, but it's not a deity either. So, but it's both, and neither simultaneously. So it's literally beyond those ideas of the individual, and but in studying that, and really immersing yourself into what is actually here, what can we actually know, to actually look into it from every perspective, spiritual, this, materialistically, however you like to do it. Um, 3% remaining, and yeah,
I will talk till the battery dies down, but I am enjoying the conversation, so I will talk till the battery is remaining. It's it's midnight here in India.
I missed that last part. What were you saying?
It is midnight here in India.
That last word, I'm not understanding it. It's just the last word I didn't understand. Oh, midnight. Oh, okay. Hey, Rajiv. Oh, I still got 15 minutes. I've still got 15 minutes, but not honestly. It's.
When will you interview me?
Hey, do you want to do that? I definitely want to interview you. I want to. Do you want to set up a time?
Yeah,
Yes.
I will set up a time when I am free. Means I am giving my semester exams in these days, so I will tell you the time and it.
Thank you. Yes, just message me or contact me on Facebook or whatever whenever you can. And absolutely, thank you. I was meaning to ask you. I'm glad you said that before you took off. But absolutely, I would love to interview you. Yes. What are you taking in school?
I am philosophy honors.
Oh man, awesome,
It's my
awesome.
third year. It's my third year at the college.
What college are you going to?
I am going to BHU in Varanasi.
I'm just so grateful. It's so amazing. What kind of philosophy are you looking at right now?
Uh, uh, this time we were looking at Ludwig Wittgenstein and J. Moore.
Uh, beautiful, beautiful. I mean, if you think about it tomorrow or something, link me something that you're studying, maybe like a audio link or something along the lines of what you're interested in right now with philosophy, if you don't mind,
Actually,
if it occurs to you.
studying philosophy took me to you and Jim and Tony. I
Really?
was I was searching some philosophy videos on YouTube and then instantly nothing media popped up on my screen, and then I started watching those videos.
Well, man, that's so great. I'm so happy. I mean, that's amazing. I'm so grateful. You know, I don't, I don't expect anything. So when I get any kind of feedback like that, I'm just really happy. I'm very, 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 very pleased because, I mean, it's the perfect kind of person to talk to. That's exactly the kind of person I like to talk to. Somebody like yourself. That it's perfect for me. And so the my appreciation is heartfelt and goes out to you, sir. I'm grateful. I love it. I could
Yeah.
not be
So,
could not be happier.
which speakers do you listen to nowadays? You yourself?
Well, yeah, that's going to be the oddest thing. That was the weirdest thing to get used to actually see myself in the little screen there and to watch myself watch me stammer on, especially in the beginning. I was so blah, 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 blah. It was funny. It's way different to write on Facebook and edit what you're doing than it is to actually speak uh, live, without a net. And so, yeah, it's yeah, it's
It's the message is pretty amazing. Means it's just kills all beliefs and just remain.
yeah,
Just what is remains, and it's freeing. It's totally freeing. It unhinges everything in a way.
Yeah, yeah. It's beautiful in that way. In that it's like the lack of a belief or an understanding about anything in particular, but just sharing that paradox in the appearance of separation. Without any need of an actual answer. And even the questions are just we're just bouncing these perceptions around, and in the lack of perception, and trying to get beyond that subject object or question answer aspect of dialogue, and in the paradoxical counterintuitive nature of a lack of communication. It's there's no answer or question, yet answering and questioning appears. It's so
I,
funny.
actually, after listening to the message, many types of questions come into my mind, but the force before the question has decreased. Before, the force was greater before coming across the message, but now the answers and questions are just seen as some fleeting air, but they are also given importance.
Yeah, it, yes, it's paradoxical beyond words. Be yeah, it yeah, that's a beautiful way to say it. I agree. Yeah, it's paradoxically um the important.
When
It's
I
like the importance of losing importance.
yeah when, when when I first listened to the message, it was just like, what are these guys talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
And then it was just amazing.
It's yeah, it's beautiful for the sake of for this moment. As far as I'm concerned, it is literally um, it's the most beautiful thing I could. It's beyond what I could have hoped for, and in that, it's not it's not for any reason or purpose or meaning, but that we can have this apparent agreement about that lack of apparent or meaning or purpose or reason, and that is beautiful within its own respect, in that I can find somebody from across the world that can understand what I appear to be alluding to, and that it doesn't really have any purpose in the sense of separation, but the feeling of a camaraderie or a feeling of an
Yeah, yeah.
agreement. Yeah, is what's happening, and I just feel a certain amount of bliss in regards to that, because that's even further beyond the appearance of a self trying to navigate a thing or a time or a place. That's actually the appearance of another in his agreement, in the same placeless, timeless understanding of separation. It's just it's beautiful. It's literally blooms outside of any individual mind or thought. Yeah, it's there's there's no words for how beautiful that is. Is it 2%?
2%.
What is that? You're like your battery?
Yeah, yeah. It's my battery. I think I need to put it in the charge, but,
Uh,
but I will have the conversation.
yeah. Yes, I get that, man, and thank you, sir. Hopefully, I'll see you before next week, or hopefully, I'll see you next week at the meeting.
Yes,
And
yes, definitely.
yeah, please.
I
It,
enjoy
it,
your writings also. I
thank you so much, and yes, please send me a link of what you're looking at, and so I can get a feel
yeah,
for what you're doing in there,
I have
if you
sent
don't
you
mind.
a friend request on Facebook also.
Thank you, sir. That's awesome. Oh, what a beautiful meeting. It was great, right?
Yeah, very great. I enjoy every bit of it.
It's so beautiful. Thank you, man.
The unknowable mystery.
I hear wind. A beautiful day. Oh man. Mm. Mm.
Actually, Jim was the first one whom I listened to, and then I moved on to other guys who speak about this. I was searching about absolute idealism in philosophy, and in that YouTube recommended me a video of Jim.
Yeah, I think Jim's great too. I love them all. It wasn't until I had that, the experience of being laughed out of different non-dual meetings that I decided to just start doing my own.
I get a different flavor from your talks. Means you have got a different way of expressing the messageless message.
Thank you so much, man. That means a lot, man. It really does, and I'm grateful for that, because I don't want to be another bump on a log, saying it's just this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this
there,
is
there,
it.
yeah,
You,
there's plenty of that.
yeah, plenty of that is saying only this is it, this is it.
That's the funniest. It's the funniest thing in the world. Like, I thought I would get something profound when I asked a question. I thought I would get, something, you know, something, but I didn't get anything. I just got, it's just this, and I just, okay. I mean, what's the point? But then I realized really quick too that it's for some of those guys, you put them in a position to where uh, they can be kind of sadistic, And then I realized, well, this is my fault. I'm putting myself in a masochistic place in asking this person a question, you know. Um,
Yes, yes.
you know what I mean? So I was like, I don't like. I'm gonna do my own thing, and I'm gonna try not
Yeah,
to be sadistic
yeah.
when somebody asks
Some
a
of
question.
them sound sadistic,
Yeah,
but it's just what's happening. So
yeah,
that's also whole.
yeah. That's also just this.
Just this. everything, everything is just this.
Yeah. Can you elaborate, my friend? Well, no, it's just this. You're thinking too much. Oh my God. Mm, too funny. 2 minutes. Oh man, what a beautiful day.
Yes. I see it a lot of means spiritual stuff until I came across the message. Because after this there is nothing much to see, but only explorations like we are doing right now.
Yes, you were saying there's no. Yes, I didn't catch that uh, specifically, but I think I hear what you're saying.
I watched your interview with Richard Lang also. Headless Way.
I had to tiptoe with that one, brother. He was very gracious. It was very kind for him to honor me with the interview. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's he's got a different
And
message.
what about your interview with Jim? Did you do it with him?
No, I
Jim.
don't think he ever contacted me.
Oh,
Yeah. I asked him. He asked where I'd publish it, and I told him where I'd publish it. And I don't think he ever contacted me again. I can ask though. I mean, I can look it up. As a matter of fact, when I leave here, let me
yeah.
see.
You can also do with Kenneth Madden.
Kenneth Madden, that would be awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Gio. Gio joined the wrong meeting. Let me see.
Yes.
That was 10-4. Oh, that was way a long time ago. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna look and see if Jim ever messaged me again, and then I'll find out. And then also, yeah, I'd love to do with Ken and Madden as well. I would love to. Yeah, I would love to do with any of those guys. You know, I mean, they would be doing me a favor if they did. So I would definitely be interested in that.
I love watching Kenneth. Also.
Yes, I agree with you. Kenneth is awesome in that. I saw the first time I saw Kenneth speaking, I think it was like his first links when he was just practicing in the backyard with his like family, and he was just trying to learn how to articulate it. And that was the first thing I ever saw from him, and I loved it. I loved it immediately. And I saw something that I guess it's like 7 years later now, and I saw something the other day, and he was doing. It was beautiful. It was. Yeah, he's definitely.
In my case, I just listen and I'm not able to speak a single word when I listen to the message, but sometimes words come out about the message occasionally.
I love it when you talk, man. I love it when you engage, but I also love that you're just there, you know, however it plays out, you know, there's no pressure either way. I love that you're there. And when you do ask, or when you do speak, you usually, I mean, it's always beautiful. So I love it, man. I'm going to, cool. I'm going to go ahead and, call a conclusion to this meeting. And
My battery has done a lot of friendship with me because it has stayed at 2% for a long time.
so perfect timing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rajiv. I really appreciate it, man. I hope to see you again real soon.
I enjoyed a lot.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
Tata.
All right, bye-bye. Awesome. And